Call into order the Tuesday, May 7th, 2013 meeting of the Township of South Orange Village Board of Adjustment. May we have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. Dunham.
Here.
Mr. Descalo.
Here.
Mr. Groman.
Here.
Mr. Parlapiano.
Here.
Mr. Reeves.
Here.
Mr. Semper.
Here.
Mr. Adler.
Here.
Mr. Shapiro.
Here.
And Ms. Warren.
Here.
Pursuant to Section 5, Chapter 231, PL 1975, this is to state for the record that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided to the public by posting and maintaining the annual notice of regular meetings on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by publishing the annual notice of regular meetings for 2013 in the December 2012 edition of the South Orange Maplewood News Record, and by filing said notice in the office of the village clerk. Okay, so the first order of business tonight is the approval of minutes for our meeting held on April the 2nd, and then there was also a special meeting held on Tuesday, April 23rd. So do we have any comments about the minutes on April 2nd? I have them right here, the April 2nd minutes. Several comments in here. Do we have any comments? I know, Mr. Adler, you made some comments and corrections.
I did.
And
As is your want.
Jetta, on the on page 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't bring them? Okay, well, I will discuss one change. I agree with the changes you've made, Mr. Adler. I thought they make things clear. There's one thing in here. You left a question mark, a statement that was attributed to me. Mr. Reeves questioned the need to bring the steps closer to the sidewalk. Mr. Antonucci said compliance with the town zoning.
Yeah, I didn't remember.
Yeah,
or
well, look,
understand
I'm just going to cross out Mr. Antonucci said compliance with the town zoning, because if he said it or not, it's kind of irrelevant and destroys the meaning of the question and the answer. So I'm going to cross that one out. If anybody has any problems with it, let me know. Other than that, I thought those minutes were satisfactory. Can we have a motion? Oh, no, actually, there was one other. I'm sorry. I'm gonna make another change. Mr. Reeves asked Ms. Gruel, is a 3 residential unit required based on the density that is less than what is permitted? Which doesn't make sense as written. My question probably didn't make sense either. What's important is Ms. Gruel's response, which is stated clearly, thank you, and so we will keep that, and I'll just strike my question, okay? All right, we have any other comments?
With those changes, I'd move we accept the minutes.
I second. Second.
Okay, Mr. Dunham.
Abstain?
Mr. Descalo.
Yes.
Mr. Groman.
Abstain.
Mr. Parlapiano.
Yes.
Mr. Reeves.
Yes.
Mr. Semper.
Yes.
Mr. Adler.
Yes.
Mr. Shapiro.
Yes.
And Ms. Warren.
Abstain.
Okay, so then there's the minutes of the special meeting on April 23rd. Or I'm sorry, is it April 23rd or the 24th? Not sure which one. Excuse me?
I think it was 24.
23rd, you don't have it.
Right,
Yeah, I did the.
Thank goodness. I was like, uh-oh, I didn't read those.
Just the minutes for the second.
right. Okay, all right. So then we move on then to the resolution. This is case 998, Edward Vikrov, Group Gas, and we received that in our email. And it's this one right here, right?
No. Bianca's.
Sorry, that's the wrong one.
Bianca's?
It's Bianca's. Okay. The Bianca's one. Where do I have that? I don't have that with me here.
I have a copy, Mr. Chairman.
There were some things I saw.
Changes in
Yeah.
there, yes.
Does anybody have any comments about the comments or anything they wanted to add?
Thought the comments were all fair, Mr. Chairman, except for the one regarding the next to last comment that had to do with one of the comments was whether or not we should look at the lot as having been assessed differently for being non-buildable lot. And having discussed with the tax assessor, I learned that because of the zone change, there were so many lots that were non-conforming that there really wasn't much of a distinction whether or not you were buildable or not in that area. So I didn't think that comment should be inserted based on that
Yeah,
conversation.
there's no need. That was like a side research thing
Right.
more than a comment. Yeah.
There was a numbering discrepancy when the computer went haywire. We'll correct that. There was a request to make sure that when we have the conditions, we refer to the sets of plans that did not have the height variance as opposed to the ones that did have the height variance. And one other change was, we may want to note that the discussed case history says that the lots were not merged in part because they're L and T shaped, so we can add that as well.
Yeah, I think that's important. That was a good suggestion because that was an explicit comment, and I think that went into our decision to allow this variance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll if we're at the point now, I can move to pass that as modified.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Don,
Yes.
Mr. DeScala?
Yes.
Mr. Piano?
Yes.
Mr. Reeves?
Yes.
Mr. Semper?
Yes.
And Mr. Allen?
Yes.
Jetta, we're passing you the two strikes that I made on the minutes. Okay, and so you've got the resolution.
I'll make that change.
Okay, so we have in order this evening, before anybody steps forward, I want to just list the order, is we have Molinaro, LOJ Properties, Seton Hall, and then Fairview. However, before we begin with Molinaro, I would like to have a representative from Seton Hall and then Fairview, if they're here, come forward so we can discuss adjourning or a special meeting if that's in the works. Now, I think Fairview said they wanted to adjourn.
I got a request from our attorney, Mr. Chairman, to adjourn, to carry their case to the June meeting.
Okay. Is there any representative here from Fairview? I assume there wouldn't be. Okay, so then we're going to adjourn the Fairview case until the next regular meeting in June. Okay, Seton Hall.
Yes, Nicole Doré on behalf of Seton Hall University.
Okay. So you're third on the list this evening. Now, I intend for us to get through these two cases tonight. Nobody goes home until we finish these two.
Okay.
And we will finish them. However, I've been doing this for probably about a decade, and we may not even get to Seton Hall, and we certainly won't get far into it.
Sure.
I know we've been going back on emails about a special meeting, but the requisite people couldn't show up, including our engineer and our attorney.
Okay. We had been looking at May 30th, so I don't know if that was a possible date for the board. I didn't receive a response on that date. I realize that it's very shortly before the regularly scheduled meeting, but the university has some scheduling issues, so they were hoping that May 30th might be a possibility for a special meeting.
You don't want to wait a couple more days to you're first up for the regular meeting.
Yeah, I understand that. The university just asked me to request whether May 30th was a possibility.
Are we obligated to give a special meeting?
Not obligated, Mr. Chairman.
I mean, we did try in good faith to come up with a special meeting much within a few days from now, and we couldn't come up with it.
Yes, we appreciate that.
May 30th, when's our regular date?
I believe June 4th.
I'm just for having a regular meeting. They're going to be first. You're going to be first on the docket. I don't want to schedule a separate meeting, take people's time out
Okay.
No. So let's just do the regular, we'll see you first up, assuming we get through with the two tonight, and we're going to get through with the two tonight, and we'll do it then. Okay?
Okay.
So we will carry Seton Hall to our regular meeting in June at 7 o'clock.
Okay,
Okay, and
thank
then
you.
Fairview would be second. Okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So now we move on to the continuation of the case we started last month was case 1000, Mr. Anthony Molinaro at 174 Church Street. And we want the record to reflect that Mr. Don, who was not here, watched the video of the proceedings. You want to state that you did that, Mr. Don?
It was riveting. I watched them last night.
Appreciate your irony. Okay, so what that means is Mr. Don is not qualified as a regular member to participate in the deliberation here. Now, was anybody else absent from the meeting last month?
I was absent and then I did not watch the riveting videos, so I will just be
You're just
an observer.
Observer, okay. Anybody else? Thank you. Okay, let's
Good evening,
go.
ladies and gentlemen. John Skolnick. I represent the applicant. Tonight we have Mr. Salerno, the architect, and Anthony Marucci, the planner. My first witness I'd call is Mr. Salerno.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Nicholas Salerno, 26 Barneta Drive, East Hanover, New Jersey.
They're having trouble hearing you. If you could, the mic's pretty, you can hold it if you want. It would be pretty close.
Nicholas Salerno, 26 Barneta Drive, East Hanover, New Jersey.
Mr. Salerno, can you please give the board your professional qualifications and experience?
I'm a licensed architect in the state of New York and New Jersey. I hold a RCS building inspector's license also from the state of New Jersey. I've been a licensed architect for over 18 years, in the architectural industry for 30.
I move that the witness qualifies as an expert architect.
Okay, have you testified before any boards before?
Not South Orange, but I've done Orange, West Orange, Livingston, Madison, East Hanover, Whippany, pretty much.
In the cases of residential
Yes.
development?
Yes.
Does the board have questions for Mr. Salerno? Okay, the board accepts you as an expert witness in architecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salerno, can you please describe the project you've designed for Mr. Molinaro and what was involved in this?
Presently, the project is a 1,000 square foot structure on Church Street, 2 stories, 2 family, 1 bedroom on each story. What we're planning on doing is putting in addition to the rear of the structure, which will be approximately 1,100 to 1,200 square feet. I have to take a look at the numbers there, but it will be, the front structure will be altered to be a 2-bedroom, single family. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. A 2-bedroom unit, and the rear will be a 3-bedroom unit. First floor will, each unit will contain living room, dining room, kitchen, and the bedrooms will be on the 2nd floor along with the bathrooms.
In designing this project, were there other available options to expand it as a 2-family that you saw as feasible?
The existing structure was too small to, one of the parameters was that we needed to at least make each unit 2-bedroom units, and the building itself was too small to accommodate, so we needed to put it in addition to it. The best possible scenario was to actually have them both separated. Instead of having one on top of another, was to put them one behind the other, to have one as a 3-bedroom and the other as a 2-bedroom unit.
What factors take into consideration in designing how the look of this will be considering the neighborhood?
Well, we're trying to, the design actually tries to simulate other structures that are around in the area. detail-wise, architectural details and siding, windows, porch, the front entrance, the front stoop and so forth.
You observed the houses in the neighborhood before you designed it?
Yes, I did.
I have no further questions. What does board members have questions?
We can probably come up with a couple. Does anybody want to start?
I'd ask you, the applicant offering into evidence the plans that were submitted
Yes.
so that the plans from Nicholas Salerno consisting of a cover sheet AR1, AR2, AR3, dated, what's the date?
It will be on the second sheet.
What's the date?
That will be December 2nd, 2012.
So that'll be A1. Anything else, Mr. Skolnick?
Yes, sir.
You're offering the other plan? Are you offering the other plan, which is one sheet dated, marked L1?
Yes, last name, yes, sir.
Dated 12/2/12, prepared by Nicholas Salerno, architect. One sheet of one.
Yes, sir.
Landscape town.
Yeah, probably means plan. Okay, so we received all of this in the mail, so everybody on the board should have both of those documents. Do we have questions from Mr. Salerno? Mr. Don?
So I have just a clarification. The existing porch that's on the house now is enclosed.
Correct.
And it's noted on the plans as enclosed, but when I look at the elevation, looks like it's been opened up again.
Yes, it will be opened up.
So the intent is that's truly going to be a front porch again, not a enclosed
Correct.
room.
So is it going to look like the portion of the drawing that is unenclosed?
No, it's going to be your typical open porch, columns, ceiling, roof, and railings.
So as shown on
On your elevation,
your
correct.
elevation drawing AR3,
Correct.
drawing 1 on AR3.
All right, that's good to hear.
I think that'll be a big improvement.
Well, that was probably the first question I was going to ask, because of the discrepancy on the plan. So that would bring it back somewhat more in character with the other properties.
Right, especially the house next door that has an open porch.
Right.
Yeah, that was a late change by the client, and then we did the elevation, we just overlooked the floor plan.
What kind of window, these compass windows, what do they call it?
Oculus.
The Oculus windows, the round windows up top, that's the way they're going to look like?
May I take a look at this one?
Yes. Okay, the reason why I'm asking what may seem like the obvious is because of some of this discrepancy we've seen in the plan and some of the, maybe the mistakes. I want to be sure that this is what you're actually intending. It's not just a rendering of what might actually occur. This is what,
What you see on drawing AR3, that's exactly what we're planning on doing.
okay.
No, that was my other question.
Okay, I'll just keep going with the windows on the front need to match, and I think they do match according to what I'm seeing here. Okay, they're 1/1s.
Yeah, all the windows will be double hung windows.
Right. And then the type of siding you wish to use? It says vinyl.
It's a vinyl siding, correct.
Just vinyl? Any particular vinyl?
We haven't really gotten to that point of making the decision of which one would be.
Have you considered something like hardy plank?
Yes, we have.
What's the pros and cons of hardy plank?
Well, obviously, hardy plank is a cementitious material. It needs to be maintained every so many years. You have to paint it. Vinyl siding, you put it on, and it's maintenance free.
So right now you plan to go with vinyl siding.
Correct.
Do you know what the houses in the surrounding area are by chance?
The houses in the area are a combination. You have some that are wood siding, some of are the original wood siding that have been painted over many times. Some of them are just vinyl siding.
What is the current siding on the house now?
It's aluminum siding.
It's aluminum siding. So do you plan to put vinyl siding over the aluminum?
No.
Okay, Mr. Molinaro, I guess you need to come forward if you're going to speak. I think your architect can probably give the answer.
We're going to strip it down to the structure and apply the vinyl siding.
And you plan to put the vinyl siding across the whole structure of the addition? It's not going to be different siding on a different part of the house?
No, it'll be all the same.
And then, were you going to offer any testimony about the garage in back? Whether it's going to stay there, whether it's going to be torn down?
The garage.
That was one of the testimonies from Molinaro last month.
Okay, I don't remember actually what Mr. Molinaro said. Can we have, Mr. Molinaro was sworn in, he could maybe come up and begin to answer some of these questions, I guess in tandem with Mr. Salerno, about the garage. What do you plan to do with the garage? Is it going to be the same garage, a new garage, a two-car garage with two spaces, what?
If you look at our site plan, we're using the garage for the parking, part of the parking requirements. So the garage will stay. If it needs to be repaired, we'll do the appropriate repairs to the structure.
What's the condition of that garage now?
Truthfully, I haven't looked at it. I mean, I looked at it from the outside, but I haven't done an evaluation to determine whether it needs to be torn down or repaired or reinforced.
The photos, it looks like a mess. Just from the photo, it looks like a mess. Do you plan to make it two-car garages, or just a two-car garage and one space? I think you testified something on that, but I forget what was said.
Testimony was, Ms. Muller, there was to be two parking spots in the garage, one adjacent to it. As a fourth spot, it can be either a floating spot in the driveway, or if the board wanted, he could widen the driveway next to the garage to make it two spots, but it takes away coverage.
Okay, I'd like to hear that from the architect.
Yes, we will be using the garage as a two-car garage. There's an area adjacent to the garage on the right-hand side, which will be for additional parking. And we were planning on having one parking space stacked behind one of the parking spaces inside the garage for the same tenant. So there will be 4 parking spaces.
So you were going to park two cars in tandem?
Right, 2 in the garage, 1 adjacent to the garage, and 1 in front of the garage, or floating like Mr.
What's
Turner just
floating
said.
mean?
It will be in the driveway to the left side of the property.
Will it block the other car that's in the driveway from getting out? Will you have to move?
No.
I'm not sure how that's going to work. Mr. Don, does that make sense, what they're saying?
It's going to block. Unless they enlarge the driveway, it's going to block.
I think the reality of getting into the space next to the garage will be a little bit of a task. I think that driveway,
May need to be enlarged anyway.
Yeah, it would seem to me that it might make more sense to have the 2 cars going into the garage facing to the back of the site, and the 2 cars parked that are not gonna be in the garage, parked 90 degrees,
Perpendicular, right.
and then get rid of that little concrete next to the garage. Then they actually, I think, could make the turn better. Because I don't know how a car actually would get in there without hitting the corner of the garage, unless this arced out.
Is there a zoning table on these plans anywhere?
There is.
Yes.
There is one on the,
How are they for coverage?
they're way under. 59% is permitted and, is proposed and 70% is permitted.
Oh, 7%.
Yeah.
Not a garage, number of parking spaces, so
They need 4 spaces, right?
Yes. I don't know, I mean, I guess we could dimension it, but I don't know what the dimension of that existing garage is, other than it says 400 square feet.
It's a 20 by 20 garage.
It's 20 by 20, and there's sufficient space in that for 2 cars? Is there free
Yes.
space in that garage
It's a 2-car garage, yes.
currently? Okay. And what is it gonna be, what's gonna be the siding to it?
I'm sorry?
Siding, is it gonna be
It's going to be the
re-sided?
same as the house, it'll be vinyl siding. on
It's
it.
gonna be the same as the house?
Yes.
Yes, and they do need 4 spaces.
Yeah, that's one of my concerns, and in looking at this, stepping back, and when you first approached us last month, Mr. Molinaro, we were kind of scratching our heads trying to make sense of this, and in that time, I tried to make sense of it, and my view on it is, I'm marching through some things. If I'm going to consider possibly saying okay to this, there's definitely some design considerations that need work. Obviously, the unenclosed porch was big. That's nice. It brings it makes an inviting house. There's nothing worse than an enclosed porch, miserable looking. So that's nice. I prefer a different kind of siding, but at least you're going to make it consistent, so that's something to consider. You're saying that the windows are what they look like here, are going to be what they are on the house, and those are consistent windows. They're 1/1 double hung windows, so that's nice. But then another element, I was very concerned about the garage and the parking. Y'all need 4 spaces. We made a lot of trouble for a recent applicant who wanted to get away with not having 4 spaces. So I want to hear from you all what you want to do about those 4 spaces that will work. I don't think it's going to work, whatever the floating miasma space is for the car. That doesn't even make sense to me. You need to figure out a way to put 4 cars in there.
We can either extend the paved area to the right of the garage to accommodate an additional parking space, or take the recommendation by Mr. Dawn here that to relocate the parking so they'll be perpendicular to the garage and create the 4 parking spaces.
See, I don't understand his recommendation. So,
If you would like, I can sketch it out for you.
that might, does everybody else understand this?
I don't.
I understand, Mr. Don.
Thank you.
No, you don't, you're just saying you do. But why don't you sketch it out, please?
Bring the garage down, because I'm scared that once they move in there, as you said, the garage is gonna become and the driveway's gonna be full. That's just my concern. Rusty, see, my concern is, if you leave that garage there, 2 or 3 years, you're gonna be full of junk, and then you're all gonna take the garage down, and this piece is apart. Say so.
Okay, basically, what we would do, you would still have the 2-car garage here. This area right here, which is paved to the right, would actually become seeded grass area, and then this area right here will become the 2 parking spaces. We will carve out an area here, pave it, and these will have the 2 parking spaces. So basically, when they need to back out, they can back out into the area here and go out, and these guys can do the same thing. Yes,
See,
sir.
My concern is, I was telling Rusty, the chairman, is that as with any home that has a garage, other things fill into it over time. So I would prefer if we take the garage down completely and find a way to get 4 cars in there, so they're never gonna be, otherwise, you're gonna have junk in that garage, and cars are gonna be all parked crazy in there anyhow. That's my concern.
Well, but Mr. Semper, if they took down the garage, and I don't like it, and I want the board to think about whether it makes sense for us to ask them to just take it down and build something new, it just looks like, it just doesn't look good. But in any case, we ask them to take it down, they can put one back up.
No garage. Fix the area and have 4 cars parked there.
I believe that when you are looking to rent out an apartment, it's more attractive to have covered parking instead of just parking them out in the middle of a parking lot. That's why offering a 2-car garage, 1 covered parking for each tenant, it'll be more attractive for the owner. Taking it down now, we have no control as to what, when you rent out a unit also, there's your garages, we have no control as to what they put in them. We offer covered parking, which I think, again, is more attractive as a rental.
Doesn't our ordinance require a garage? Doesn't?
I don't believe that, just parking.
Just parking? Yeah. But yes, many people fill their garages with junk, but that's their decision. I would tend to think that a garage is more attractive.
I think part of what you're seeing with the garage is that for some reason, somebody thought it was a good idea to cover the vertical face of the garage with roof shingles. And that's why it looks like it's falling apart. The shingles are just coming off. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. So I think if that was taken off, stripped down, and then sided, at this look, it doesn't look structurally unsound. It looks finished, like awful.
Okay.
That's exactly the plan, though. We're going to strip it down and going to side it with the same siding that's on the house.
And 20 feet is wide enough for a garage?
Yes.
2-car?
You have 2 8-foot doors, 2 foot in between. That's 8, 16, 20, and 1 foot on either side.
So getting back to, does everybody understand now what the alternative is for 4 cars there? And it would be called a K-turn is what people would
Yes,
do?
exactly.
Okay, and that's enough space to do a K-turn?
Yes.
I think so.
Yeah, actually, from a traffic flow perspective, that's the most ideal scenario. The only problem with it is that you end up with no yard.
Yeah.
Do you have other questions?
Yeah, can you tell me about the front unit? There's a door in the front, but walk us through the flow in there and then how you get out of that unit.
This front unit right here? What is the question?
So you got a front door. Is
Right.
there a second door on that unit?
No, there's no second door right now. Right now, you walk in, you come up to the porch, walk in through the living room. You have a dining room and a kitchen in the rear. As you walk up the stairs to the second floor, then you have the 2 bedrooms and the bathroom up on the second floor.
As designed, there's no second means of access and egress?
Well, second means is not required, but it depends on what we're going to do with having them use the backyard. If they require a second, if they want to put a second means of egress, that's fine. Anything under 10, occupancy of 10 in residential does not require a second means of egress.
Huh?
And that's why we have egress windows on the second floor for the bedrooms.
We have other questions, Mr. Policano, you want to follow up? Or?
Is that's true?
I do not know.
We have an architect on the board.
I think we...
It's true.
So you want to explain what the antecedent to what is true?
Well, the building of this size, as the architect stated, a building with 1 exit is limited by number of occupants and distance of travel from the furthest point. So that I think the distance of travel is 75 feet from the furthest point, so this is clearly within that. And then area generates the 10,
Right.
and it's, I think 3,000 square feet converts to 10 people, and this isn't 3,000 square feet. So this front unit could function legally with one, whether it functionally it works right, I don't know.
Adding that second means is not a big problem. We can always add it to the back, which will be something that we probably want, if we go to the building department for building permits, will probably be included as part of that package.
Where would you put a second door?
It would be right where the existing window that we're taking out and blocking up, and putting a set of steps out here with a stoop and going out that way.
Yeah. That'll be right by
Back
the
of the-
bathroom window for the second unit.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry.
No, it would be by the living room.
First floor. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right.
By the dining room.
It would go out of the dining room, it would be behind the living room in the back unit.
Correct.
Okay, and there's a window there on the living room of the second unit.
Right. There's actually a stoop that we're taking out, an existing stoop that we're taking out. We can actually reuse it and use it for the second means of egress.
This window, put it right there.
Yes.
Is that something that concerned you, Mr. Parlapiano?
Yeah, I certainly think a second exit.
Is another one a better place?
Well, it's interesting, I mean, even from outside of the security, safety issue,
Speak into the
Where-
microphone.
where does somebody grill their burgers? If they live in that front house, where do they do their barbecuing?
Or bringing groceries in after your parking.
Right, or
in the
sit
garage.
in the yard.
No, we have, that's what we said. I understand that what the issue is, and we have spoken about it. And if we do go to the building department, we will put, because there is if you look at the landscape plan, I believe it is, there is a concrete pad there now, concrete slab, that is going to remain. And we'll use that as their little barbecue area, if you will. And then the only thing that is going to extend to the driveway, we've got to extend a walk from that back area all the way to the garage and to the parking. That will be an additional concrete that we'll have to put down at the walk. But we have considered, and we will put it in there.
Actually, I was going to ask you about that. The existing slab on grade on the side, that whether you were going to eliminate that, because that certainly is not a particularly aesthetically appropriate condition that should remain in this situation if we're upgrading. And one of the other questions, but I don't want to jump in.
That's a slab to the right of the house?
To the right of the house, along all the way from the front, from the sidewalk to the back, partially to the back of the proposed dwelling unit.
Right, it's shown on the plans to be removed, right?
No, not on the landscape plans.
Yeah, on the landscape plans, it's shown it's still there.
Well, it says to be removed, right?
No, the part that
No,
says
it
to be
only
removed
shows-
is actually the slab that's under the proposed addition.
Right, it's only that piece. The remaining would remain. At least that's the way I read it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in the photographs, it looks like there's a 2.5-story vertical brick wall right up against the property line and the adjacent property. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
You're not barbecuing. You're not barbecuing out there. You're not barbecuing out there.
Right. Or at least not and making your neighbor happy anyway. Right?
Okay, I think we're maundering around on a couple different things. Do you intend to put in a second door or remove any of the existing slab there to the right? What is it that you want to do?
The intention is that we will put a second door there with the stairs leading to that concrete pad that is there now.
So the entrance will go in here?
So it'll be like front and back.
So that it will be into the dining room of the first unit?
Yes.
Okay.
If you look at the floor plan, the shaded area in the back of the dining room, that's a window, we will use that, or next to it, accommodated door, a landing for the stair and then steps down to grade.
Okay.
Now from there, again, because of the parking in the back, we will have to extend a walk from the back, the slab, all the way to the parking area.
Okay. And then that slab in between the two houses that runs from the front along the side there, does that need to be there?
No.
We can remove it, that's not a problem.
Does that make sense to remove that little piece?
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to.
There'll be a wash
Well-
between what we're taking out and what we're adding.
Well, not much will grow there.
Nah. You may get more permeable space, I don't know.
What is proposed for the basement? I see you have a basement, and there are stairs, exterior stairs in the rear to the basement. What
It's
is,
just a basement. It's too low to be anything else. It's a basement, probably laundry room and mechanical equipment.
okay, so now I heard two different things. So
Well,
just,
gotta have-
just for clarification,
It's a basement.
right?
It will have laundry room,
It
washer and
will have
dryer,
it will have a
Yeah,
laundry facility.
and
Okay.
most likely your hot water heater, and I'm not sure if the furnace goes down there also, but that's basically the use.
Is that area within a floodplain area?
I don't think so.
Well, it abuts the river.
I was going to say,
I don't think it's in a flood area.
I would suggest that that be confirmed that that is not.
I don't like, increasingly as we're going through this application, we're trying to work with you all and trying to make something happen, and we have a basement that doesn't exist on the plans, and I don't like that. I really, I don't think we've ever had that. It's, there's several errors on these plans that frankly, not great plans. There's too many deficiencies in them. Maybe it doesn't trouble others, but to not have a basement even written there, but it's going to exist in the house, we don't know where it's going to be. We've had concerns in the past with basements being potential sublets and being poorly constructed.
There is no detail regarding, there is an existing basement plan, but it doesn't indicate what is proposed. And whether there are any changes to the basement, what the height of the basement is, whether it's a cellar or a basement.
I'm not even sure that that's actually the basement plan,
Well,
because that would imply that there's a room under the porch, which I'm willing to bet that there's not a room under the porch.
that's what I
I think that this plan that's labeled existing basement plan is actually the existing first floor plan.
Well, I don't know, that's kind of what's weird about it. It says existing basement plan, you're correct, and one of the reasons why I question.
Just to clarify, there is an existing basement under the existing building. I believe there's a crawl space under the enclosed porch. We are planning on putting a basement under the proposed addition to the rear.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay. And what are you and what's the height, what are the dimensions?
The existing height of the basement, I believe, is 6 foot 6 inches of the existing. I can check in my notes if you give me a chance.
All right, well, I got a set that didn't, it's not as bad as I thought. I got a set that didn't even have that existing basement plan. So that's, I guess,
Oh, wait.
Okay, so this is what's underneath the,
Mr. Chairman, it looks as though there, and the architect is getting the height, the exact height measurements, but it looks as though we have existing basement plan and then proposed basement. And I guess there's some questions about that as well. Yes.
I'm sorry,
The height of the
the
existing
existing
basement.
basement, it's 6 foot 6 inches,
Okay.
the existing.
The existing.
Correct.
What is the, number one, why are you putting a basement under the proposed? And what is the height of the proposed?
Usually, the basement is it's storage area. We were talking about before about using the garage for storage. And a lot of people do that when they have their attached garages. Tenants tend to have items that need to be stored away somewhere. Basements are usually used for that. Usually have furnaces and hot water heaters in the basement.
And you're going to have 2 laundry facilities, one for each?
The rear unit has its own laundry facility, which could turn out to be a pantry if they decide to put the laundry facilities down in the basement. And the basement for the new area would be approximately 8 foot high.
Okay. So it is, so based upon the elevations, the basement, there is no portion of the basement that's above grade, proposed to be above grade?
No, it would be above grade.
There is, okay. Can you talk about that?
The grade from the front of the site to the back drops off about 5 feet, so you will have part of the basement exposed in the existing base, the proposed basement will be approximately 2.5 to 3 feet above, the first floor will be 2 to 3 feet above the grade.
But that doesn't show on the elevations, it shows it as if it's flat.
Right.
That was prepared prior to getting grading plan to prepare the landscape plan. That's when those were prepared.
But then we're getting back to Mr. Reeves' comment, we're not working on drawings that are accurate. It's hard to approve things that don't represent what's actually there. Because it makes me think then, if the grade drops off, are the floors going to align from the front unit, which enters off the street, and the back unit, which enters considerably further back on the site? Does it make sense that the floors are at the same height? Since the units don't connect, there's really not a reason that the floors have to be at the same height. There's just it just continues to snowball with more and more questions.
right, in the basement, is there an exterior entrance to either one of these basements?
No.
It doesn't appear that way.
It looks as though there is. It appears as though there is, and if there's a 2 to 3 foot grade, if it's 2 to 3 feet above, then I would ask the question, not only, it doesn't show it on the elevations, but are you proposing windows on the
Well,
side?
obviously,
How
you
is
have-
it going to look?
You have to have windows, or else it's a windowless basement, and then you got a sprinkler, so we will have windows.
Okay, but that doesn't show here, and the way that,
I understand.
Okay, look, I'll state from here, from right here, we may want to march through and suggest further improvements, but I am not inclined to, certainly not approve, possibly just say no, come back and give us full plans. But I am not going to approve this kind of sloppy rendering of a plan. We've never approved something like this. This board deserves better, the town deserves better. Mr. Molinaro, you're putting money into this thing, you should do it right. So we may, as a practical matter, if we think this is not necessarily a bad idea, we can march through some various improvements if we want and say, come back with full plans that we could potentially improve. Or we could just say, enough is enough, this is ridiculous, shut it down now and come back. Does anybody else have any thoughts?
Well, I know that there were a number of questions that Ms. Gruhl had based on the last meeting. I would like to go through those.
Okay, well then let's keep going.
And I believe they said they have a planner,
Yes, Ms. Member.
so it's a question of, you may or may not want to hear the planner's testimony at this point in time as well.
Look, I am not the boss here. I'm suggesting something. It may be a service to Mr. Molinaro and his experts if we give them our thoughts on this. I'm just saying I am not inclined, even if we like, we'll do this, I'm not inclined to say yes at this point without seeing the plans that can be recorded for the town for accountability.
Yeah, it would be impossible to write a resolution at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
So, all right, then let's proceed and let's
Yeah,
hear.
but if we proceed, are we gonna vote? Because from what we hear, it's not gonna be favorable.
We're not going to vote.
All right.
But
So what we're doing is really helping them.
I don't know if we're helping them or not. We're hearing what they want to do. We're deciding whether we like it or not. You know, it's saving time. We've only got 2 applications tonight. We've got 2 scheduled for next month. We've got plenty of time to do this. It's proceeding fairly quickly. I just as soon hear them out and give them our thoughts, and we, at the very least, don't vote on it if we say, okay, we can adjourn it. Or if we want to, we could say, no, we're denying this application, and we come back with something new. I'm not so sure what that's going to gain us.
Rusty, did you want our initial feedback regarding whether we like it in general or not prior
Well,
to proceeding?
let's.
I thought you had mentioned that.
No, I wasn't looking for, I wanted to know whether we want to continue with this or
Oh.
not, as far as hearing more testimony.
I can't see what's the benefit of hearing them.
I'd hear, the planner is here,
Yeah,
I'd hear him.
yeah, and he's here.
But I think there's still some questions that at least I would like to ask the
Well,
architect.
by
So
all
before
means.
the planner gets up.
Okay.
And some of the questions may be more appropriately directed to the planner, which is fine. But I
That's why that's why
figure
you're here,
that
Ms. Gruhl.
might as
Go
well
ahead.
start with that, because there were some, not only comments in there were some broad comments, and then there were very specific comments in our report. And to the extent that I can try to, direct those, I'll try. So please let me know if you think it's more appropriate for the planner, it's fine.
And again, in the spirit of this, we'd like to approve good applications that have money put into them appropriately and that are done right. And that's what we're looking here to do. We're not looking necessarily to reject something. We're looking to potentially improve something that will be a benefit to the town. Okay, Ms. Gruhl?
First of all, one of our general comments was how this concept, this proposal addresses and relates to the design standards that's in the Church Street redevelopment plan. Now, some of them I would suggest are more appropriately geared to the planner, but there are some that I believe would be more or overlap with you as the architect. So I don't know whether I know we raised it in our memo. As a matter of fact, I think it was one of our first or one of the ones, our 4th planning comment. Testimony in support of all required design waivers from the redevelopment plan standards. So there are some that are related to the building facades and its relationship to the size, scale, and setbacks of adjacent buildings, visual relationship, how the dominant design features of the neighborhood and the adjacent buildings, and it talks, gives examples of some of the different design features. Have you had a chance to review these?
I have not. But I can answer some of those questions.
Okay, well, I think that maybe,
And-
I don't know how to handle it, but I'm not sure he can, I don't know whether it would be efficient if we read these and he responded, that doesn't really make sense either. So I don't know how you want to handle
No,
it.
I think you should ask the questions you want to ask, Ms. Gruhl. I'm not worried about efficiency
Okay.
now. We've put
Okay.
off.
That's fine.
The only comment that I can add is, we're not redesigning the house that is there, is within the scale of the neighborhood. You do have a three-story brick building next to it, which makes this, dwarfs this in size. We're not increasing the height of the existing, we're just adding on to the back. The architecture matches with the architecture of the neighborhood. We're not doing anything drastic. We're keeping it within the time period. And material-wise, we're trying to consolidate all the materials, whether it was the garage or the house itself, to be one coherent design.
The intent of the Church Street redevelopment plan is to revitalize that area.
Mhm.
And it's occurred along parts of Church Street. We're happy to see that this portion of the street, that this is being targeted as well, because that area does need some work. But I'm trying to get a sense, when you say that it picks up the design features of the area, can you be more specific about that?
Well, if you take a look at some of the houses that are around there, you will look that they have gable ends and they have the returns on the gables, they have the open porches. We're trying to match all those same designs that are there. If we have a closed porch, we're going to open it up, because the houses up and down the street all have open porches. So we're trying to, the design is to make it fit with the architecture of the neighborhood, not change the architecture of the neighborhood. The windows are the same thing. We have, most of the homes on that street have double hung windows. This structure has double hung. We will keep the double hung windows. We're trying to eliminate some of the design faults of the siding that is there now and bring in something more modern, which is a vinyl siding. It's a little bit more modern than the steel siding that is there now.
I don't recall that I saw, but maybe I missed it, is the color of the siding?
Of the house?
Of the proposed siding?
The proposed siding, we haven't picked it. It's a matter of picking the roofing material, the trim material, the siding, and the colors to blend in together. Right now, it's white.
Okay. And for example, one of the design standards is dealing with the roof pitch, the materials, how that relates to the area. Can you?
Well, the roof pitch will stay the same as it is now. It'll
Which
be a
is
gable,
what?
It's a gable roof.
What's the pitch?
I haven't gone up there to measure it. I would venture to say it's probably about a 6 on 12. I'm not sure if I pulled out on the drawings a pitch.
Okay.
As for the roofing materials, it will be a asphalt shingle roof, which is predominantly through the area.
So that the proposal is to maintain the same roof pitch.
Correct.
And the same siding and the same windows with the rear and the front.
Correct.
Can you just, I think everybody can see it, but if you can just explain why, I gather you were part of the discussion, as to why the building was set back rather than create a more consistent streetscape.
I think it was more to create a separate space, more of a, seemed to be more like a single-family dwelling rather than have one side by side. Although this is a two-family house back to back, it would have taken up the whole front elevation. There would have been no place to come in to drive in for a driveway, for parking. So putting it in this fashion in the back gave us access to the back for parking and created that single-family feel for the tenants.
I would say that I would be less, I would like it less if this was side by side. I actually kind of like the way these two fit together, because it keeps the scale of the building along the street really in keeping with the widths of the other houses that are on the street. And if you put the two families side by side there, It would even be bigger than the house next to it, which is pretty big.
I was curious about what the applicant was going to say about that, but.
I mean,
yeah.
I could see this footprint where you had units that were 1 floor, 2 floors. I think it's kind of interesting that these are kind of 2 floor as opposed to flats.
Mm-hmm. And the, let's see. I think that there are no decks or patios that are proposed?
No. The only concrete we actually have back there is the concrete slab that is in the back of the existing dwelling that we will use as part of the second means, and the stairs leading from the back unit to grade.
And where's garbage going to be, how is that going to be handled? Probably just by normal pickup, putting it out on the street?
Okay, Mr. Molinaro, he has to be on record for this? Yeah, why don't you stand up there? There's no microphone there.
You were previously sworn, Mr. Molinar?
Yes.
You still under oath?
Yes. Garbage, it's backdoor pickup, and we haven't designated an area for that yet.
Okay. I think that's something that it would be nice to have a designated area for that.
Makes sense.
Okay, that's, and then one of our comments was lighting on the site. Are there any exterior mounted lights that are proposed?
The only exterior lighting that we're proposing are by the entrances to the apartments on the front, and if we're putting the back door on the front unit, there will be one there and one to the back unit.
So that should be, in
shown.
terms of amendments,
Okay.
that should be shown with certain details as to,
Not a problem. Will do.
You didn't say anything about this narrow passage between the buildings, or did you?
No, I just said the rear door. If we have to put one back there, we'll put one over there. But we're taking that narrow passage, we're not using that any longer. We're going to take out that concrete.
It doesn't mean it won't be there, right?
Sorry?
The space will still be there, right? Are you gonna fence that off, or?
I was thinking,
Between the two properties, I think it's 6 feet. 3 feet.
Very tiny.
Built to property line, so there's 3, yours is 3, 6 feet, right?
make sure you speak into the mic.
That house is on the property.
The adjacent property, that building's right on the property.
Between the two buildings is 6 feet.
From our property line is,
Microphone.
Oh, we can't hear
You
you.
need to speak into the microphone.
You guys are switching, yeah, one of your musical mics there, right?
between the two from the property line to our structure is roughly about 3 feet. I believe that their property is right on the building, or their building is right on the property line. They also have windows along that side. So if you're going to put a light there and turn it on, I don't know if the neighbors are going to like the idea of having a light shining into their bedrooms.
yeah.
What about putting pavers along that side? You know, just digging up the ugly concrete, putting in pavers and putting the trash on that side. Is that a logical place to put the trash?
It's a rear property pickup, you said? Yes. We'll have to do something in the rear yard.
It's rear property pickup.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what that, I mean, they,
It means the garbage men go to the back of the house to pick up the
Garbage men come to the back of the house to pick up the garbage, so you got to designate an area.
they
where
can't
you-
go to the side?
Well, it's probably not that convenient for the tenants. There's no, you know.
Okay, so you gotta come, all right, so y'all gotta come up with a designated pickup space.
Right.
Okay.
We will.
Fair enough.
And just one last question to clarify. I assume that there are no signs proposed,
I
other
was
than
planning on
the,
putting my sign there, so for the long, no, there's no signs
no,
planned.
other than just the number of
Right,
the
correct.
street number. So, okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. Gruhl. Do we have other questions for the architect? Mr. Shapiro?
On the second floor proposed bedroom, it doesn't appear that there was any closets planned for the two bedrooms. Unless I'm mistaken.
You need to speak into the microphone, Mr. Shapiro.
On the plans we have, I didn't see any closets for the two upstairs bedrooms.
Which one, the rear or the front?
Front and the rear, I don't see a closet in the rear either.
The rear, let me just walk you through it. As you come up the stairs, you have two bedrooms to the right, which are to the rear of the property. You walk into the right side bedroom, you have a closet immediately adjacent. You walk into the left side bedroom, you also have a closet to the left side of that. And as you walk into the front bedroom, which is the master bedroom, you have a walk-in closet.
That I see.
Go to the front unit.
Oh. I was looking at the wrong unit. I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong unit.
And the same thing as you walk up to the other two bedrooms on the front unit, they have their individual closets.
I was looking at it backwards.
Okay, are you satisfied, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, I was looking at the wrong.
We have other questions. Ed?
I would like to ask a question about the basement addition, considering it's in the floodplain, it could be. If there's a designated area for a sump pump, the dry well.
You need to speak up a little bit more.
Don't hold the button down.
Oh, don't hold, okay. A designated area for a dry well, for a sump pump, if needed in the basement.
You're saying that's going to be required in this case?
If there, probably, it could be in the floodplain.
It could be in the
Should be shown on
floodplain.
the plans.
Yeah,
So how is that determined whether it's in the floodplain or not?
the advisory maps.
When they start digging, there's a map, but it's not always 100%.
Is it on the FEMA maps? Is it
There
in the
are
floodplain?
advisory maps that FEMA has submitted, sent out. I would suggest that you look at those, because if you're in the flood area, that's going to obviously affect not only what you have in the basement, but how much it's elevated, and whether with insurance and anything else. So that's an important consideration. That's why when we were talking about the basement, I asked about the floodplain.
Well, that's actually a requirement with an application, isn't it? They supply information about what flood zone it's in? Right.
I think it is.
It's on the checklist.
We'll investigate it.
Okay.
We have other questions? That's a good point. Thank you. Okay, so then does anybody from the public have questions for the architect? Okay, thank you. And next,
Mr. Murchie, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening is the whole truth?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Anthony Marucci, that's spelled M-A-R-U-C-C-I. My office is located at 116 Whippany Road, Whippany, New Jersey.
Mr. Murchie, can you please give us the benefit of your qualifications and experience as a planner?
Yes, I have a degree in civil engineering from Newark College of Engineering in 1973. I am licensed as a professional engineer in the state of New Jersey since 1978, as a professional planner since 1979, and land surveyor since 1981. I'll give you a brief history of my experience. The first 28 years of my experience, I served in municipal government, starting as assistant municipal engineer for the city of Orange for 13 years. I then actually worked for the village of South Orange here for 2 years, 1985 through 1987. Then as city engineer for the city of Orange, 88 for 2 years, 87 to 88. And then the last 13 years for the Township of Bloomfield as Township Engineer till the year 2001. In my capacity as Township Engineer, I was also a voting member of the Planning Board, so I've had planning experience from both sides, working as the Planning Board's representative, and also I have been in front of planning boards and zoning boards throughout my career. 2001 to the present, I started Marucci Engineering Associates. I present applications before planning boards and zoning boards. I've been qualified as a professional planner in every experience, and I've been in front of boards hundreds of times.
Have you testified before our board before?
Yes, it's been a number of years, but yes, I have.
As an engineer though, right?
Both, actually. Engineer and planner for an application on South Orange Avenue, if you remember.
Do we have questions for Mr. Marucci? Okay, the board recognizes you as an expert in planning in this case.
Tonight I'm here for planning, but I would like to make a comment. I heard about the floodplain. In doing my review for this application, I did speak to Mr. Renda a couple of weeks ago about the flood zone, and he, again, to the best of my knowledge, he told me this property was not in a flood zone. This area of Church Street is not in a flood zone, but again, that'll have to be verified. But that was my conversation with Mr. Renda.
Well, and it is in our application, I see it here, that there needs to be a statement, even if it's not in the floodplain, there needs to be a statement to that effect.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. Chairman, in our completeness review, we did note that we didn't have a problem with granting a waiver on that. However, the property is adjacent to the east branch of the river, and the applicant should address any impacts that the development of the site may have on the river through testimony. So that was raised,
right, and
the applicant did have that.
Well, again, that was my conversation with Mr. Renda.
Mr. Ritz, can you talk about the project and its compatibility with the land use ordinance of South Orange and there's Church redevelopment plan?
Sure. Again, I just want the board to understand that in preparation for my testimony this evening, I did review the redevelopment plan that was approved in 2005. I did review your planner's report dated March 28, 2013, and I did do a site inspection of this site. And obviously, I had conversations with my client and also with my client's architect. With respect to this application, as you know, this project is in a redevelopment area. It's the Church Street redevelopment plan, and it's the R22 district. And the site is within walking distance to the mass transit and to the train station, which is a Midtown Direct station. Presently, the site is a one-family dwelling on a property that's 50-foot wide by 119-foot plus or minus deep for a lot area of 5,974 square feet. The applicant proposes an addition which will become a second unit attached on this property. With respect to density, this R22 zone does permit 22 units per acre, which equates to 1,980 square feet per unit. With our lot area of 5,974 square feet, we are allowed 3 units based on density. The applicant is asking for 2 units. The redevelopment plan requires a lot area of 10,000 square feet with a lot width of 100 feet. Obviously, we are below that, and there is no land to acquire in order to make the property any bigger because both properties on either side are developed. All of the variances that we are requesting are C variances. Again, in going through your planner's report, the C variances are lot width, which is ours is 50 feet versus 100 required, which is an existing condition. The lot area is 5,974 square feet versus 10,000 required, which is also an existing condition. The front yard, we have 4 feet where 8 feet is required. The side yard, we have 4 feet where 10 feet is required. And again, those are existing conditions. Now, when I did my preparation, parking was going to be a variance also. We were providing 3 spaces. The redevelopment ordinance requires 1.7 per unit, or a total of 3.4 spaces. In addition to that, RSIS, which supersedes municipal zoning, requires 2 spaces per unit, so we would actually need 4 spaces, which would be a de minimis exception. But based on testimony I heard tonight, where the architect has redesigned it, and I'll say I agree with Mr. Don's changes there. I agree that by shifting the spaces perpendicular to the garage gives you the 4 spaces, so that variance is eliminated, and also gives you maneuverability to enter into and out of that driveway. What that does also is that it takes away the pavement on the side of the garage, and now that could give you that 10-foot buffer along the rear yard, which is one of the general design standards that's in the redevelopment plan. So there is that potential now for a 10-foot wide buffer area in the rear there. Another variance that's in the planner's report is the driveway. It says no driveways are permitted in the front yard. Well, again, that's an existing condition. The driveway is there. It's not used. It cannot be used for parking because then it would block everything. But the driveway is access to the street. And there are 2 design waivers. The 10-foot wide landscape buffer and solid wood fencing, because there is no room for it on the side of the property. But again, based on this redesign of the parking area, I believe that we can accomplish that in the rear of the property. The other design waiver is that the maximum width of the driveway required is 10 foot wide, and the applicant proposed 11. I spoke to the applicant, and I don't see any reason why the driveway cannot be reduced to a 10-foot width and repaved properly. I also had some of the same questions that needed to be responded to with respect to lighting, and I believe that was brought up by the architect, and I agree with that obviously you need some lighting over the entrance doors, but other than that, this is just a 2-family residential dwelling, and I don't think you need any more lighting than that. Landscaping, again, I go back to that 10-foot buffer. I think that could be landscaped, and there probably, and I believe now there's a landscaping plan also. There's also a question about tree replacement. 1 tree will be removed, and again, I believe that's accomplished in the landscaping plan. Again, now with respect to my testimony, the redevelopment plan does permit 2-family dwellings as permitted principal uses. We just don't meet the bulk standards. But again, most of these bulk standards are existing conditions. And again, we can't buy any more land in order to make the property any bigger because the properties on both sides are developed. In my opinion, this project still does meet several objectives of the redevelopment plan. Namely, number 4, to encourage the development of higher density residential uses which can capitalize on the area's proximity to the train station and central business district. Although this is only 1 additional unit, it accomplishes that. You're getting another family in there that will utilize the central business district. Goal number 5 is to accommodate the projected growing demand for housing as a result of Midtown Direct Rail Service and improved mass transit. Again, this is a small development, but it does accomplish that. And also number 6, to reinforce the central business district and adjacent area of the transit village. Again, it's only 1 additional unit, but it's another family that will utilize the central business district with respect to the stores, the restaurants, and even mass transit with respect to wherever they would be commuting to for work. The C variances that we're requesting are existing conditions. As existing conditions, we can accomplish them by either the C1 criteria or the C2 criteria. With the C1 criteria, what that means is where by reason of exceptional narrowness of a specific piece of property or physical features uniquely affecting that piece of property, the strict application of the regulations would result in peculiar and practical difficulty to develop. Again, the size of the property, the shape of the property, I believe is what creates that difficulty, and we meet the C1 criteria. Also, with the C2 criteria, where an application related to a specific piece of property, the purposes of the municipal land use law will be advanced by a deviation from the requirements, and the benefits substantially outweigh any detriments. Well, using the C2 criteria, I'll give you the positive criteria first. Again, I believe that we meet several goals of the redevelopment plan, which ones I alluded to before, but I also believe we promote several purposes of the municipal land use law. Purpose A, it promotes the general welfare. By adding this other unit and adding more people to this area, it enhances the central business district. So I believe that promotes the general welfare. Purpose C, it provides adequate light, air, and open space. This addition requires no variances on its own. All the variances are related to the existing dwelling and to the lot size. So I believe that we're providing adequate light, air, and open space for the site. Purpose E, to promote the establishment of appropriate population densities that will contribute to the well-being of persons, neighborhoods, communities, and regions, and preservation of the environment. Again, I believe we're accomplishing this because the density allows us 3 units here. We're only asking for 2. So I believe we're establishing appropriate population densities in this area. So I believe the positive criteria is met. With respect to the negative criteria, will there be any substantial detriment to the public good? In my opinion, there will not. The increase in density is within the redevelopment plan. Also, in my opinion, there's no impact upon adjacent properties, nor will this cause any damage to the character of the area. Again, if you go up and down Church Street in this block, the dead-end block, you have single family and 2 families. Opening the porch is going to be more in character of this block. The second prong of the negative criteria, will there be any substantial impairment to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance? Because of the fact that this application meets several goals and objectives of the redevelopment plan, I believe there will be no substantial impairment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance. Based on this, based on both the positive, I believe we meet both the negative and positive criteria for this application. I do agree that the plans need to be revised in order to show all the proper types of windows, the basement, etc. But I believe that in terms of planning, we meet the criteria.
Thank you. Questions?
We have questions for Mr. Marucci. This may be academic, but I don't think it's academic. I have certain concerns about the C1 argument. I could be off base here, but sometimes I wonder if people say, well, my property is just too small to do what I want to do, so therefore it's a C1 variance, you know. And I'm not so I think that may be what's actually happening here, so I'm not necessarily buying that it's a C1, and I want that on the record, just, you know, in case this comes up, maybe not even for this case, but for other cases.
But that's why I gave you both, sir.
Excuse me?
That's why I gave you both, the C1 and the C2.
Well, I know that's why you gave me both. I understand that. I just don't see the hardship. You already have a single-family house here. It is developed. I don't think it's hardship to say, well, I want to make some more money by adding a second family, and therefore it's a hardship for me if I need certain variances. I don't think that's what C1 means. I could be wrong.
If I may, sir, the variances all deal with the existing structure, not the addition. That's all conforming.
Am I off base here, Mr. Dwyer?
I think the definition of a C1 variance in the ordinance, if you look at it, it uses the word exceptional and peculiar and extraordinary in several instances, so that to qualify for C1, some people think that it takes extraordinary or exceptional or peculiar circumstances which exceed just having a rather small lot.
That's the way, that was much more concise way of saying what I was saying, yes. It's not just a small lot. On the other hand, I'm not going to argue that it very marginally brings us closer to the increased density that this redevelopment plan, but what you basically have is a two-family house is what you're doing. And it's not really what the redevelopment plan wanted, but I don't, you know, I think, you know, marginally maybe a C2 argument, but I wanted that on the record because I've seen that C1 argument try to slip by us before, and I don't buy it, but to a certain extent it may be academic because I think the C2 is a stronger argument. Do we have other questions for Mr. Marucci?
Would this be a better application if it were a three-family application?
No. No. That's why I don't have a problem with the C2. No. So do we have any questions for Mr. Marucci?
Like the world's ending outside.
Well, that's the open window for Mr. Shapiro.
You know, there's something funny going on here that I wouldn't mind your comment on from a planning perspective. I think you're getting at it, which is the redevelopment zone here is aimed at creating larger properties that are developed with a level of density like apartment buildings, like the other section of Church Street has been redeveloped. And you know, this block just hasn't gone that way yet. What it would take is someone buying multiple lots, putting them together into a larger piece of property and redeveloping them on the order of the properties on the next block up. And so I guess, you know, with all due respect, you know, this doesn't meet, I don't think, the spirit of the redevelopment plan. I think the fact is, you're right, it's a two-family instead of a one-family, and it's denser, and the goal is density. But the redevelopment plan is envisioning a different kind of streetscape, a different kind of neighborhood, a la what's happened, what has been developed up on Church Street. And so, you know, there's something a bit funny here, which is that on the one hand, I think everything you said about a C2 is factually correct, but it's missing the point to say that it brings this building, this lot more into conformity with the purpose of the redevelopment zone. I don't think it does, but I think everything you said was factually correct. And so my question would be, how do we think about that? Because in a sense, the idea of the redevelopment zone was a substantial redevelopment of this block in a very different character.
If I may respond.
Yes, please. Please.
If I may respond.
Go ahead.
I agree with what you're saying because obviously I see what happened on the other block. But in order to do that, you're absolutely right. You have to have a developer come in, whether it's Mr. Molinaro or someone else, that's able to buy enough properties in order to do that. And until that happens, this is what you have.
That's right.
But you do have an opportunity right now to at least get another unit in there, which, again, that's why I said it's marginal. You're absolutely right. But it is another unit that you have at least more people using the central business district. So in that sense, it does meet the redevelopment plan. But I do agree with you, because I've been involved with redevelopment plans, and you're right. But until you reach that point, and that's very difficult when you have these very small properties, and you need to have a large chunk of them in order to do that.
Right. Ms. Gruhl.
I would agree with, the intent, and maybe now if we looked at it a little differently, but the intent was to create incentives to assemble property so that at least the minimum lot area was 10,000 square feet. The greater, generally speaking, the greater the area of the site of a property, the better it is able to accommodate more density. And that's why there was this relationship between the minimum lot area.
That's right.
And the density. And so because this is a smaller lot, you're getting less density. But at the same time, The plan was written, so two-family homes were a permitted use.
Permitted use, that's correct, right, right.
Well, so the way I'm reconciling this is just marginally in terms of, for the C2 of it, fitting within the redevelopment of increased density. That's barely, to me, persuasive. I think that potentially more persuasive is if this enhances the character of the neighborhood as a two-family house, compared to what they have now with an enclosed porch by itself. As I said, I find enclosed porches just abysmal. And, you know, they're going to open that up. They're going to do some other improvements to the house.
But let me just I buy that it marginally, I buy the argument. I think you're factually correct. But the place that I'm struggling is by saying it's a pre-existing condition that the lot doesn't meet the minimum size. We're essentially, you know, the driver in the redevelopment zone is to say we want larger lots so that they can be developed in a more dense fashion. And by granting a variance for a pre-existing smaller lot, we're running counter to the intention of the zoning, which was to force the combination of lots to get to compliance.
You know, it would certainly make it easier for a developer to buy the lots if they were cheaper, right? But I don't think that the large lot is necessarily the driver. It's a mechanism. I wasn't involved in the development of it, but as a planner, I would envision it as a mechanism to induce higher densities, to create more density.
Yeah.
So it's not the size of the lot that happens.
I sort of apologize because I think this is more of a board discussion than a question, particularly for the planner. As I said, I think the points you made are accurate. I just think there's something a little off here.
And I hear you, and like I said, I compliment the village governing body for even doing the redevelopment plan, because what you've done so far is fantastic in my opinion. It's just very difficult when you have these small parcels and they're all developed.
That's
and,
right.
and you know, it also gets very expensive, so you have to find the right developer who's going to come in one day and be able to put a large package together. Yeah. At least here you have an opportunity for at least one more year.
That's right. That's right. I buy that.
That's
So I think you've answered my question. I
Thank
think there may be more for us to talk about as a board.
Do we have other questions for Mr. Marucci? Does anybody from the public have questions for Mr. Marucci? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to have discussion about it, or just want us to come back with new plans?
What, you don't have any more witnesses?
No more witnesses.
Okay, and so your testimony is through at this
Yes.
point? Okay, so we need to decide what we wish to do with the application that's before us.
Well, I think I agree with the comments you made before, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'd like to see plans that reflect what's actually going to be built and that reflect some of the discussion tonight, whether it's, you know, the open front porch and the second door on the front unit, the full basement plan and explanation of what's going on in the basement. I think, you know, the lighting plan. There's a whole bunch of things that I want to see on the plan before I vote.
I've got a list.
You got the list.
I have a list.
I'm sure
I've got a list too. So y'all got a pen, a piece of paper ready?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we could turn this, we could, you know, I keep saying we could turn it down just because I'm so tempted to do it, but all that, you know, you'd still be before us. Basically, we don't have enough information, and I see no point to turn it down because I don't think we're there yet, and I'm not sure we're going to get there. There's some possibilities in this application.
Unless the board were opposed to the concept overall, that would be a reason to turn it down.
Yeah, and I'm not sensing that from the board that we're opposed to the concept. Mr. Semper isn't convinced. But
I'm not opposed to the concept.
I can tell you I'm not opposed to the concept.
okay. Not opposed to the concept. Mr. Adler, not. Mr. Shapiro, not opposed to the concept. Mr. Parlapiano, concept?
I accept
the concept. Mr. Semper?
Do I have a choice?
Yeah, sure you do. I'm not opposed to the concept. I am opposed to the way this was presented this evening. So why don't we go down the list of, and we may have overlapping lists,
Right.
but you go first.
Okay.
You're the architect.
My list is that, and these are things that need to be reflected on the drawings. Resolve the parking to show 4 legal spaces. We've discussed it, but we need to show that on the drawings. We need to have accurate floor plans, both with what's existing and with what's proposed, including egresses from the house. If we're going to have a second means from the front unit, we should have it shown. We need to coordinate the actual grading on site with the building elevations so that we see how the grade drops away and how that then manifests itself in how the building sits on the site, because now we're going to have a portion of the basement sticking up out of the ground. We need to provide the drawings for the basement, both the existing building and the proposed building, and if there's a connection between the two. I think we should have some drawings of the garage, at least a basic plan and some elevations of what's going to happen with the garage. I think we need to have some discussion about lighting on the site. I don't think lighting just at the stoops is going to be enough. I think there's got to be some lighting at the garage. The trash area's got to be designated. The zoning table needs to be corrected. I see, it lists the front setback existing as 10 feet. I don't know where that number came from, whether it's to the wall of the building without the porch or what, but it just needs to be clarified, because I don't see that the front setback is 10 feet. And Mr. Marucci's testimony was that it was less than 10 feet. Also, the side yard setback notes proposed side yard as 10 feet. That may be for the addition, but the actual proposed side yard is still 3.9 feet because it's not changing. So front yard, side yard, coverage. If the coverage changes based on what you're doing with the driveway, it needs to be corrected on the zoning table. And the parking, it calls out 3 spaces on the zoning table, but I think we've all accepted the fact that we're going to have 4. And then I think on the landscape plan, I know we have a landscape plan here, but a couple of comments on that. One is that it doesn't address this tree that we see in the photograph that sits in the big street tree that's just off to the side of the existing curb cut. I think that I'm assuming that the reason the driveway has that curve to it is that that tree is going to remain, but that's a new tree.
I believe there are 2 existing street trees. I don't think you can see, there's one on the other side over there.
So it'd be good to see those on the plan, because those are significant and substantial sized trees. My other comment would be that on the north side, which as you're looking at the landscape plan, that's the left side of the plan, we're looking at stone or 3 feet of rock. I don't understand why that can't be landscaped. Why does that have to be rocks? And also there's a little strip between the house and the garage. It's also rocks. I don't know why that couldn't be landscaped as well. So that's my list.
Okay, I'll pick up where you left off. Flood plan consultation, need an engineer statement, even if that's to say it's not in a floodplain. Mr. Renda wasn't here tonight, so we need that clarified.
They can submit a flood zone map copy as well.
Okay, flood zone map copy, those are available, I assume.
Our engineer's office, I'm sure.
Well, they're also available on site. I mean, on the FEMA website, and you can blow them up for...
Okay, so we expect that. So you addressed the second egress to the first unit. The little walkway to the right of the house, either you should pull that slab up and put rocks down there, or maybe put a paver walkway, just something that looks nicer than what's there now. Should consider that. You mentioned the clarity with the enclosed porch, I think you mentioned. You mentioned the basement, the 10-foot buffer to the left of the driveway needs to be clarified. So, all right, so that's what I have.
The siding material. Instead of being up in the air, could they be specific as to what they're gonna use and what color?
Would you want, they may not, what do you mean, a brand of vinyl siding?
Yeah,
Or?
well, yeah, you had asked that and everything else, they're not sure as yet what they're gonna use.
Well, you could, my preference is hardy plank because I think it's better looking, but it's also 3 times as expensive. And I'm suggesting it, I don't know if I want to make contingent upon that, but it certainly helps an application if they do something like that. Yes, it does need to be painted, and that's a downside for people who don't want to paint. But it's also inflammable as opposed to vinyl siding, which is flammable. Something for them to consider. I'm not going to make that a requirement. We have other.
I think we had something about the, you may have already said this, Mr. Don, about the garbage.
Yeah, I had.
storage. I know that we've talked about the.
Turn on your mic.
Oh, thank you. I know we've talked about the whether the landscape or pervious paver, the space between the existing house and the adjacent house, which is 3.5 feet away. I personally feel that this is a safety issue with regard to it's a nook for somebody to hide in, or garbage to collect, etc. And it would be better if it were fenced off from the street. That's or lit, which is why I asked about lighting before. This is, to me, it's like a site plan. It's as if it was in a commercial area, and that area is kind of a strange mixed-use kind of area. There's industrial, there's just housing. It's all very tight. So, leave it to discussion among other board members. But I think that somehow to make that space inaccessible from the street would be useful.
Inaccessible?
Yes.
Do others agree with that? Have any thoughts about that?
I mean, different.
I think it's a good point.
All right, so think about what Mr. Descala had to say. What else?
The driveway width is going to be reduced to 10 feet?
Yes.
That's right, driveway width.
And I think there was testimony that there would be a 10-foot buffer in the rear
Yes.
that can be met. I think that on the landscape plan, I think we mentioned that the scale is off.
Oh.
It's 1 to 10. That's what we're having trouble with that. I think that the scale indicates at least that the driveway is 9 feet. So you may want to just double check that.
If you could add a graphic scale to the landscape plan, that would be useful.
It's accurate. There's also some landscaping that's proposed that is not detailed as to what it is. For example, those 3 somethings along the side of the existing dwelling between the proposed driveway and the dwelling. I'm not sure what those are. These aren't identified. Okay, so I just make sure that the landscaping is identified and the details as to the size and such are identified, which may be.
Okay. Mr. Adler.
Yeah, this is general design standards for the area. All storage of refuse, et cetera, shall be appropriately screened and landscaped where outdoor storage is necessary. So, I think that might be a good thing to do. I also have, it's an interesting concept that the whole idea of this is to improve the neighborhood. And one of the ways you say that you're entitled to a variance is because you're going to build your building the same as all the others. And that's okay, and it's a good aim. But you do want to also improve the neighborhood. So I think maybe the siding is something of an issue. There's vinyl siding and vinyl siding. We had discussions with another developer about that. And he proposed first, I think he went with the
hardy
plank.
plank.
Yeah, hardy plank. But he had proposed what seemed to be a much nicer vinyl siding, where it's pressed into shakes, into wood shakes, and that gave it its texture. I'm not saying that necessarily, I'm not dictating that, but I think it's an issue.
So we did discuss that, and this is something Mr. Molinaro and the architect need to know. They came up, they didn't use hardy plank, but they used a very high quality vinyl shake.
They used two different kinds. They used the horizontal, that looks like horizontal siding, and then they used the ones that look like the shakes. They look like cedar shakes.
So it was high quality. This all impresses the board more, like what you're saying, Mr. Heller. It's not merely, well, we're adding another unit here, but we're making the place better than it was.
Yeah, I feel better about it.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, there's a lot there. So it's almost as if it's a new application in many ways, given the amount of reform that is going to be required. But it is going to be adjourned, but I'm moving y'all to third place next month. So third place means you probably won't come up for the docket, given that we've got Seton Hall and Fairview Avenue. So then that brings us into July or another special meeting. But we don't even have the material, so I'm reluctant to schedule a special meeting at this point. Not sure what to do.
Summertime, you know.
Well, we've always met in July. We skipped some August meetings. We've always met in July. So let's schedule you, put you on the docket for June, third one. If you all decide you want a special meeting and we're able to accommodate that, we'll either arrange it before that time or at the meeting in June. Just like we brought up here, Seton Hall first, we would bring you all up if we needed to do another special meeting. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to bring up the next case.
My goodness. I was wondering, how
We're moving on to the next case, which is LOJ Properties at 301 South Orange Avenue. This is a C variance relief. And Mr. Friedland.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. The applicant, LOJ Properties, through its members, Mr. and Mrs. Lee, operate a home health care business. It's occupational therapy. And the present business is located at 50 West South Orange Avenue in South Orange. They've been in business for 10 years. Their occupational therapy, and you'll learn more from Mrs. Lee, is for disabled children. They utilize independent contractors who never, ever visit their place of business. The independent contractors travel in their own vehicles to the homes of these very young disabled people and perform their wonderful services in the presence of their parent or parents. We purchased this property just a little bit over a year ago, and we're located, the subject property is located at the corner of South Orange Avenue and Park Place, contiguous to the park on the westerly side. The building presently is a hybrid structure with a two-story residential section facing South Orange Avenue, and it presently rented to Seton Hall students, as did the prior owner. The applicant seeks to convert the existing building from a single-family residence to an office in the rear and remain the same residential section in the front and utilize the dormant property in the back to house their business. South Orange Avenue is a county road, and I provided Essex County with a copy of all of our submissions, and on February the 28th, I received a response from Peter Scarpelli, the secretary, indicating that the proposed improvement will have no identifiable impact to Essex County. Could I give this to the secretary?
Are you offering that, Mr. Friedland?
Yeah, I am, but I think it may be attached to our application. And if not, I'm offering it as A1.
Yes, this is from Peter Scarpelli.
Yes, you have that?
February 28th?
That's it.
Okay, so we have that already.
Okay, I withdraw the application. The history of this property is interesting, to say the least. The rear part of the building, and it's about 1,406
Excuse me, is Mr. Friedman testifying?
had been owned.
Excuse me, Mr. Friedland. Mr. Adler.
Is this testimony?
No.
He's
I'm
just
giving you
explaining what
giving you a background.
So we'll have this testimony?
You'll have every bit of it.
Okay.
I can't testify. I'm not an expert.
Go ahead.
Mr. Fasulo was a chiropractor that lived in the residence for many, many years, and he passed away in 1999, and his daughter took over the property and continued to rent the front part to Seton Hall School, Seton Hall children. There were a number of unsuccessful efforts to convert the rear property, and each time a building permit was requested, it was denied because it was in the wrong zone. And you have to be a professional residing in the building in order to cover that. And basically, that's why we're here. We wish to convert the adjoining rear office into a clerical office for the use in occupational therapy business. We have several variance applications. We have a use variance for the multiple uses to allow an office in the non-permitted zone. And we have several bulk variants, 1 and 2, covering lot coverage, setbacks for the front yard, and parking. I have three witnesses in support of this application. Edna Lee, who is a member of the LLC, and she will testify, hopefully in great detail, and satisfy your inquiry as to what their plans are, what they're going to do, and the nature and structure of their business. Then we have Patrick Jones, architect from South Orange, who will respond to any architectural questions you may have, and Richard Keller, principal of Casey and Keller, professional planner and engineer, who will testify in furtherance of the application. If I may call Edna Lee. You're going to get sworn in. Yeah. Sure.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Edna Lee, 6 Maplewood Avenue in Maplewood.
Can I proceed?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You and your husband are the applicants in this proceeding, is that
Yes, we
correct? And when did you purchase this property?
We purchased this property about 13 months ago.
And would you describe the property as it affects your intent with your business?
Okay, the property right now has four existing apartment in the front of the building, and it has an office space in the rear of the building that we plan to use as our home health care agency.
And how long has that rear part been vacant?
It's been vacant for a while.
If you know.
You know, I'm not sure of the time, but when we bought it, it appeared that the Seton Hall students were using some part of it.
Now, the municipal planner asked or inquired as to whether or not the residence in the front was connected to the office in the rear.
There's no connection.
I'm sorry?
You got to speak right into the microphone. I'm getting
sorry.
the high sign that you're...
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I think when you turn.
When you turn.
Did you hear the question?
Yes, could you repeat, please?
Of course. The residents in the front of the 4 apartments, with respect to the residents and the office in the rear, is there any way that they can exchange, go through one door?
There's no connection.
They're totally separated.
So totally separated.
And there's no connection whatsoever.
There's no connection.
How many tenants do you have?
There are 4 tenants in the front of
4?
the front, yes.
And they're Seton Hall students?
They are Seton Hall students. There's 3 bedrooms upstairs, 1 bedroom downstairs, there's 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen.
And up to the time recently when we were preparing this application, did any of your tenants park their cars on the property?
Well, there were about 2 or 3 that parked on the premises or maybe on the street.
And do you intend to disallow future tenants from parking on the building?
Yes, we do, because currently we lease for the school year for Seton Hall students, which ends in May. And so for future lease, we will clearly state in the lease, recite in the lease that we will prohibit parking of any tenants on the property.
In order to remove the issue of...
In order to remove the issue, yes.
Now, is it your intention, I'm not going to, tell us what your intention is with respect to the rear property.
The rear property, we plan to put in there an office space, which we currently are looking at making it a little bit more. Where we are right now is very crammed, and so we're looking to remove our office from 50 West South Orange Avenue into the new location at that space.
Would you describe the condition of the rear office when you purchased this property about 13 months ago?
Yes, when I purchased the property, the first thing that struck me was that how horrible the conditions were inside there. Actually, when I went with the realtor to see the property, I almost fell through the flooring because there was a carpet, and I didn't notice that there was a hole in the flooring, broken windows, broken doors. It appears that there was a kitchenette somewhere, but all the cabinets were on the floor. Broken toilet faucets were there too. Cracks, holes in the wall, and there was a cracked portion of the ceiling.
What are your plans for renovating the rear office property?
Okay, our plans for the rear office. We plan to have more or less like a common area. And that is going to be the reception area as well, meaning that there'll be a desk, chair, and a phone, a telephone that we can answer calls. I also plan to have a conference room. The conference room is going to serve multiple purposes. Our independent contractors, we need to see them, some of them, before we hire them, because most of our independent contractors do work for other agencies, so necessarily we don't have to see them. If they're working for several agencies that does the same business, we really don't need to really go a thorough interview with them. We also are going to use a conference room for lunch area. We will use it if we have to have a new hiree see an audio visual, just so that they get a little bit more familiar with the agency and our dynamics and how we function. That conference room will also be used for the state auditors. We have a single audit each year, and we need whatever files or however many files they need to see. That is up to the state at the time. We also do Medicaid contracts that has to be negotiated at the space. We also use it when the CPA has to visit to do any type of auditing, which is maybe once a year. There is not a lot of space in my 50 West South Orange Avenue office. We have outgrown it. The other use of the conference area will be just for lunch when we're not using it for other things. We also plan to have billing, which is a big part of the agency's function. It is now in our residence at our home in Maplewood. And we would like for it to be under one umbrella, but we just don't have the space at 50 West South Orange Avenue. There will be an office for myself, a designated office for the billing. Michael shares that office as well. Then there will be an office for our office manager. And we also have a lot of storage space within the building, and only because due to the HIPAA regulations that we are mandated to keep all files out of view of everyone else who might visit, including the CPA. And so most of the area we're going to be used for storage as well.
Would you describe, tell me about the billing. Where is it done presently?
The billing is done at my home.
At your home?
At my home.
And why do you do it at your home?
Because there's no space in my office at 50 West.
And that's why you're going to utilize one separate room for the billing?
One separate room will be used for billing.
What are your ultimate intentions for this new office?
Well, we are a young couple, my husband and I, and we have 3 children that attend schools in Maplewood, but there are 2 who went on to college. We do have a child who is in Columbia. He's a freshman. And so in another 3 years, we're thinking that we'll be empty nesters like a lot of people. And so we'll have to downsize from where we are living right now. And our plan is to move into and take residence in that 301 South Orange Avenue and be closer to the business. We will also, I am very involved in the community for the last 10 years that we have been here. We were at 75 before we moved to 50 West. And I do participate in many of the activities here. We service a large number of children, so we're known in the community. So I plan to also be vested more in the community by living at the residence.
You can do a better job of explaining your business than I did. Would you do that for us, please?
We are a unique agency, and that is we both do healthcare related services, and we also do cognitive developmental services, meaning that we carry a staff of occupational physical therapists, speech language pathologists, but we also carry special educators, which is unique to many agencies. And so we are regulated by the HIPAA regulations and by FERPA, which has to do with the educational system. What do we do at this office space? We get plans for the children that are emailed and sent out to all practitioners, and they go into the home. And because this program is a parent-focus-based teaching program, we teach the parents to use the strategies that are in the plan to work with their children. Many of the children we see coming to our town too is our children who are autistic. And so we go in and we teach the parents to be the caregivers and to be the professional. We share the strategies with them so that if we come in once a week and teach them how to work with their child, they spend actually 23 hours with their child every day. So the strategies we give to them, they're able to use with their children. So autism is just one of the ones that we see, but also this Down syndrome. But there's also cognitive delays, and a lot of children who are adopted from other countries, they do not have social interaction. It's just a place that they're maybe from an orphanage. And so these children qualify for services because they are cognitive delayed. And that's what we do pretty much for some of our children.
Mrs. Lee, tell us what your educational background and experience is.
Okay, I have been a registered nurse for 28 years. I am prepared at the master's level. I have an MSN, a master's in health system administration from Seton Hall University. Not only am I the director of the program, but I also have my own caseload because it is very important for me as a nurse to also see these families and support them for the children who are medically fragile, because a lot of times these parents feel that even though their children are medically fragile, they can't grow and develop normally. So my job is to go out and teach them strategies of how they can be normal children, they can be raised in a normal environment, and they can take care of them as parents.
Your therapists are independent contractors, correct?
All our therapists are independent contractors. They are licensed. All our speech language pathologists, the licensed practitioners, physical therapists, occupational and speech language pathologists, they are licensed by the New Jersey Consumers Affairs, and all our special educators are prepared at master's levels, and they are also certified with a special certification in special education. They're all independent contractors, and they carry professional liability insurance.
Excuse me, how often, if ever, do the therapists or the children who are being treated come to your office at 50 West South Orange Avenue?
None of the children come to our office. All children are mandated to be serviced at their home or in their natural environment by the state. The only time a practitioner comes in if we occasionally have to interview them, but other than that, they never, ever, or very rarely visit the office. With the onset of technology, we're able to send all their work through emails, and they can fax and phone in their work. They're able to do that, or send it by email.
I'm going to show you, could we mark these for A1, 2, and 3? Yes.
You say A1, 2, and 3, Mr.
Yes,
Friedland?
yes. I'm going to ask the witness a question as to how they came to be.
We need to know which one is A1, 2, and 3, right?
One's an email.
I'm sorry, what's A1?
A1 is an email from Lisa Weston.
And that's one page?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry, counsel?
That's one page, the email, A1?
No, there was one page of an email. Each document is one page in length.
Okay.
A2 is a letter addressed to the South Orange Planning Committee. And A3 is a letter from Noella Gilbert.
From whom? We don't have it. Okay, so then, what is this letter from Lisa Bressler?
I'm sorry?
There's a letter from Lisa Bressler, too.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That was the first one.
There's four.
Would you explain
Oh, here's,
how you came to get these, because you gave them to me today?
Okay.
Yeah.
We service a lot of children in South Orange, so we're known within the region.
Excuse me. Is there an A4 that's being introduced, Mr. Friedland?
No, there's not.
we have 4 pieces of paper here. We've got A1 from Lisa Bressler. Well, then there's a second, maybe the same part of it from Lisa Bressler.
Were there four?
2 things from Lisa Bressler.
No.
Different.
Unless
One's a letter, one's an email.
Oh, one's a letter and one's an email. It's the same
Yes.
thing, though.
Correct.
All right.
So which one is A1?
The email.
So we throw away the letter. Over your shoulder.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Like I was saying that we serviced many children in South Orange and Maplewood and many other areas, Livingston, as far as Livingston and as far as Fairfield and closer, Newark, Orange, and East Orange. So we do both inner city and suburbia. These letters were from parents who used our services. And not once did any of the parents, actually, I don't think they even know how to get to our office except by the address. They have never, ever had services in our location because all of the services were done in their home. But also their letter is indicating, too, how good it was to have an agency locally who serviced their children and they were able to communicate better with us, and that we were an integral part of the community and the services we provided in their home, and the success of the program that helped their children.
What are your future plans with respect to your residing in this area and the property that is the subject of this application?
My future plans is, South Orange is such a beautiful place, a very diverse town. I have been here operating for the last almost 10 years. I think I've known South Orange much more than I know my own town of Maplewood. And just to be able to know this many, I know more families in South Orange than I do in Maplewood. We want to be able to reside in this beautiful town, to be able to look forward to when our kids leave and go off to college and we downsize, that this is a great town, that we wish to continue our business and to have access to the many families we service, but also to be a part of living there. We plan to take residents of, we like the design of the building, the open porch presentation right next to the park. It's a beautiful place, and we also want it to be closer to our community, but closer more so to the business as we downsize and adjust to less of a home.
As a home?
Yes, as a home though.
I have no further questions of Mrs. Lee.
Thank you. Do we have questions for Mrs. Lee?
Mrs. Lee, when you bought the property, did you know that you would have to appear for a variance?
I didn't know. No, I didn't know because when we bought the property, even the doorbell was still there for the gentleman who was operating his business there as a chiropractor. And so I had no idea that I would be seeking a variance for the property at all.
Okay.
Other questions? Mr. Parlapiano?
The house in front,
Yes.
we originally had testimony, I think, that it was 4 apartments.
4 apartments.
But then you said it's 3 bedrooms upstairs and 1 bedroom downstairs. Is it rented as one house But to 4 students, or is it 4
There's-
separate apartments?
There are 4 students in the one.
In one house?
In one
So
house.
it's actually a house that's rented? in
Yes,
your
rented to
current-
4 students.
And if you provide no parking, where are they going to park?
It will be in the lease. Students who
No, but
live,
But I assume students have cars. Where would they park?
I am thinking that if I want this property and I want it to be possibly for a place for my business, then I am going to rent it to students who do not drive. And I say that because my daughter is at college right now, and I'm renting a place for her, and nobody drives a car.
I believe the witness testified that any future lease with any future tenants will specifically disallow any parking on the property.
Yeah, I know that. I just think, you could make the same testimony about any property and say, we don't need the parking space because we're not going to let people have cars. I just think it's hard to enforce that, right? People do have cars and they need to go someplace, but I understand the testimony.
But I would beg to differ about that because there are students, there are international students who don't have cars, and they still rent properties around the area.
My final question is about the basement. So the basement of the office addition has a garage in the end. What's in the rest of the basement?
Right now, it's pretty empty. There was, they had like a music setup, something inside there, where I guess they had different things that they did there, but it's empty. There's nothing in there right now.
Is that other space that's in the basement, it's quite a large space down there. Your testimony is you don't plan to use that as part of the office that you're asking?
No, because the state mandates that we keep 7 years of active records in the same location for them to see or for auditing, and that's why I ran out of space over at 50 West, because I have to keep those inactive records as well as the active records.
And so you will use that basement space for storage of records?
Upstairs is going to be used for the storage of the records.
So the basement will be empty?
Will be empty. I don't have any plans for any use for it.
Have other questions? Mr. Dwyer, do you have questions?
I wasn't sure I understood the witness said. Was the basement going to be empty, or the basement going to be used for storage? Which one?
Well, we are in the process of scanning all records that are not 7 years, because we have been in business for 10 years. So 3 years, those extra records more than likely may fit in there if we don't have space upstairs for them, because we don't need them. But the current ones would have to be in the space that we occupy on a daily basis.
How many independent contractors do you have working for you?
We currently have 100 independent contractors, and
100?
roughly, yes.
Do you bill insurance companies, Medicaid?
We have a direct contract with the Department of Health and Senior Services, so we bill directly to the state for our payments.
Okay, so you bill the state. Is that through Medicaid?
It is through Medicaid. It's funded through Medicaid, so it's part federal and part state.
Isn't there an incentive to have an electronic medical record now?
In our company, we would love to have electronic, but the states still require original records on a day-to-day basis. The problem too with the system is that we can make as much as we can electronic, but where we get our work from is not efficiently electronic, including the state.
The space at 50 West Orange, South Orange Avenue.
Yeah.
How big is that proportionally to this office area that you plan to convert?
Our space is very small.
It's like a third, a half, 3/4?
A little over 600 square feet, my husband said.
And so this area here, again, this total square footage of the office area is how much?
It is, I think the planner has that.
I think that
About
line of
800.
inquiry could be better answered by our...
By the planner. I don't remember.
Or our
the size.
architect.
You know, it seems like this is a lot of space for people, for just a room for you, a room for your office manager, some records. Nobody's coming there. There are no patients coming there. And the CPA who visits once a year, that's a lot of space for that conference room, and the state auditors who visit yearly. Do you plan to fill all of this with files?
Well, when we're not, because it's going to be a closed off area as well. When an auditor, when I do my financial A133 audit, that depends on how many files that auditor wants to see. And so what I find is that she needs all the billing, which I run back from home to get. Then she needs all the access to all the files. So it's really, we can't spread it all out for her. And it also takes more days for her to get it done because she can't have access to everything at the same time.
Were you aware that there was vacant office space across the street?
From?
There's across the street, catty corner to this place.
Well, what is the relevance of that?
I don't know.
Well, it's actual office space and wouldn't need a variance. Were you aware of that?
No. I just saw the rental or the real estate sign on that building. I didn't see one over there.
Do we have other questions? Mr. Adler, I think you were looking.
What's the condition of the inside of this office space now?
Now, it is, what did it look like? I think it's totally just cleaned. I think it's cleaned out. In terms of I did remove the couch that was there, and the cabinets that were on the floor, we did put them, I think they're in the basement downstairs.
You haven't done any construction up there?
There's no construction no, there's no construction happening.
You haven't done it, is that it?
No, no, there's no
And
construction.
right now, can you go from the front building into the rear building?
No.
On one floor?
No.
How is that blocked off?
Pardon me?
How is it blocked off?
Is there,
Our
architect would
could
better
answer that question.
tell you.
Isn't there a grade difference between the front and the back?
Your real estate, did you use a real estate agent?
Yes, I did. And he's from South Orange.
And your real estate agent didn't tell you that you needed a variance for this?
No, he did not. He did not.
That happens more often than not.
I did not know. I thought it was.
Not to disparage the real estate community.
This is a question for Mr. Friedland first, and then perhaps for Mr. Dwyer. Is there anything that, let's say we were to grant this, that would preclude Ms. Lee, the owner, from selling it to somebody else and then it being used for office space generically by the next owner?
We would be willing to discuss any type of reasonable condition you would impose. I can't answer that question.
I can answer that for
Okay.
you. My company that I own, my children are in college, and their careers are going to be similar to what I do now in terms of managing this company in the future. I would give this company to my kids in the future so they can live and occupy that space. So I plan to be there for the next maybe 30 years or so, but our kids are going to be practitioners who are probably going to be also taking over this office.
Well, my question, I made it to Mr. Friedland and also to Mr. Dwyer as a legal question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And so, is this something that you can put conditions on, aside from whether we'd want to put conditions on it? My understanding is once you approve it as a variance, it goes with the land, and then if these current owners were to leave, then the variance stays.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. In fact, I think the cases also say that to the extent that other uses allowed in the same district category of the zoning ordinance are also allowed. So it's a fairly broad and a forever type of relief.
Can you repeat that?
Uses in the same category in the zoning ordinance, which match what are granted, are also allowed.
Doesn't have to be the same use.
For example, I didn't follow that.
I don't know what
a physical therapist and a chiropractor?
Yeah, someone could argue that someone who has a use similar to this would also be allowed.
I mean, we can't say we're granting a variance for
You can't say it.
35 file cabinets, office. You know, that's, I'm not being entirely facetious. You understand where I'm going here.
Mr. Chairman?
It's an office.
We would stipulate
If you recall in the
that
university
this
application.
office is a, I'm
If you
sorry.
recall in the university application, Seton Hall realized that if that use variance was granted, that would mean that building could be used for any university use. And what they tried to get the board to agree to was stipulate that it would only be used for faculty offices. Wouldn't be used for housing or dorms or classroom space or anything else. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's the category that allows all the uses in that category.
Mr. Friedland.
Yeah, I think I'd like to have Mr. Keller sworn in and respond to the inquiry that you have right
But let's make sure that we're through asking questions of the homeowner. Mr.
I'm just
Shapiro.
curious, in a given year, about how many children are being serviced by your agency?
We currently have a caseload of 300 kids, 300 children.
Are they referred by the schools?
They are referred by parents, they're referred by DIFAS, they're referred by the state. Within this program, there is a birth and defect registry in every hospital that delivers children. And so when I worked in the NICU, in the neonatal intensive care, as long as a child stayed in a hospital before the normal stay, which is maybe 2 days or 3 days, they are flagged for referral to the birth and defect registry at the state. Then the state collect these names of these kids and they distribute them to all 21 counties.
Thank you.
So we do not advertise for any of our services at all.
This is all fully subsidized by the state?
Fully subsidized by the state. It's federal and state funded.
If you were to move in to this, would it qualify as a professional office and residence according to our ordinance?
Yes, it will. Mr. Keller would like to
Okay, well,
respond to
we'll
that.
ask that question for
Yeah.
Mr. Keller then. When we're any more questions for Mrs. Lee?
I do have a question, just with regard to the use of the building beforehand. You said it was a chiropractor's office?
Yes.
What was your testimony about when that was vacated?
Pardon me?
When did the chiropractor's office stop acting as a chiropractor's office?
If you know.
I don't know. I really don't know.
Okay.
May
Mrs. Gruhl.
the board member goes first.
Okay, I'm
No,
sorry.
I can't. Please.
I didn't see.
Well, I just wanted to clarify, the chiropractor who was there before lived there as well,
Yes.
correct? Okay.
Well, this is also something that wouldn't necessarily qualify for a home use
That's what-
office because it's so large compared to normally they're a small fraction of the size of the home, right?
That could be a portion of it, but the person has to live there.
Right. Would this site require a variance if it were to come in front of us now? If it was come for a permit for a home occupancy use?
Well, one of the conditions
Yes.
professional office says, the office shall be located on the first floor or ground floor of the main existing residential structure on the premises and shall not occupy more than 50% of the total area of the floor where located. In no case shall it exceed 900 square feet, exclusive of parking.
Right, so this would require a variance and it does not have one now?
We asked what the previous use and whether it was pre-existing non-conforming, legally pre-existing
Well,
non-conforming.
that was
I
a
don't
question we had for Mr. Friedland, maybe for the planner. Is this a pre-existing, non-conforming use?
Or we'll need to.
I'd like Mr. Keller to respond.
Mr. Groman,
No,
you have
no.
anybody else for Mrs. Lee? Do members of the public have any question for Mrs. Lee? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Keller, I'm going to take you out of turn just to respond to that inquiry.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you'll give here this evening is the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
You state your name and address.
Richard Keller, Keller, 256 Main Street in Millburn, New Jersey.
Mr. Keller has been before our board on numerous occasions. Do we have any objections or questions about his expertise?
None at all.
Nope.
Okay, so the board recognizes you as an expert in planning.
Thank you. With regard to the, I guess the first thing, the issue came up about the use. And what I was discussing briefly with our attorney was, in zoning, we make distinctions between types of offices. We make distinctions between professional offices, administrative, general office, doctor's offices, professional offices. There are distinctions. Realtors are often broken apart as being different permitted uses within the zone. We don't see that there couldn't be part of this use, what's intrinsic to this use and what we think this is a good use for the neighborhood, is that it is an administrative office for a home healthcare agency. And we don't see why that couldn't be a condition of any approval, that this is not just a generic office. This would be an administrative office in support of a home healthcare agency. And I think that would give the board, most of these agencies act pretty similarly in that I've done these in Verona, I've done them in other parts of the state. Most of them operate somewhat similarly in that it's very rare that you get visiting contractors who come to the site. Mostly it's about entertaining auditors and entertaining and occasionally doing an orientation with a potential new employee. But for the most part, they're low intensity uses. So I know my client would feel comfortable, and I guess we would turn to legal counsel and the planner to see whether there's a basis for this. We would be very comfortable in stipulating that this is not a generic office use. This is an administrative office in support of a home health care agency, and any future tenant or owner of the building would be bound by the same restriction, which could be filed as part of the deed.
Other testimony?
Yes, I do.
I guess the other question that I actually am not fully qualified to answer, I've seen as to whether it's a pre-existing non-conforming use or it's an illegal use. I don't know the direct answer. I did see some paperwork from a prior zoning officer within the community who basically stated that the multiple use as a chiropractor and dwelling unit was permitted. Was permitted, just that it was permitted. And so I don't have anything other than that, which...
Why don't we mark that as A4?
It's a certificate of occupancy that dates back to December 2nd, 1955. This is, and I'll enter it in a moment. It's from Everett W. Bird, the building inspector at the time, and it's a certificate of occupancy stating this is to certify that the building owned by Dr. Frank Fazzulo and located at 301 South Orange Avenue is hereby approved for use as a combined one-family housekeeping unit and office for one doctor. And it doesn't say that, actually doesn't state specifically that the doctor has to reside there. It says as a combined one-family housing unit and office for one doctor. So that dates back to 1955. You know that I actually don't have a lot of history. That would lead us to believe that it's a pre-existing non-conforming use as opposed to an illegal use, but I can't certify to that.
Or could be interpreted as a professional office in a residence.
Right.
Is that the name of the chiropractor that lived there?
Yes.
What's the current address of this subject property?
301 South Orange Avenue.
Mr. Friedland, you have other questions for your expert?
I do, but I'm going to recall him. I'm going to excuse him now. And I'm going to call the architect.
Okay, we may have some questions.
Well, I think the idea was just to answer the two specific
Oh, I'm
questions.
sorry.
We'll come back up to
Go
you.
ahead.
You're not done with me.
We're not done with you? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Friedland. Go ahead.
They did not let the head in those days. It's too much time to have that break them, man. Are you crazy?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, Patrick Jones from the architectural firm Majewski Jones Architects, right here in South Orange, 20 Valley Street.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give is true?
I do.
Before we go into anything, just testify before the board as to your qualifications to testify.
You need to use the microphone, sorry, that they're not picking you up in the sound.
I'm sorry?
You need to use the microphone.
Please testify before the board with respect to your qualifications to testify this evening.
Sure. I am a licensed architect in New York and New Jersey. I have been licensed for over 18 years. I was first licensed in New York, and I received reciprocity to practice architecture in New Jersey. I have been a principal of the firm Majewski Jones Architects since 1999, and I have appeared before probably half a dozen other boards, but not this.
We have questions for Mr. Jones? Okay, the board recognizes you as an expert in architecture.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, would you mark for identification whatever plans or drawings that you brought here this evening?
The drawings that I brought here this evening are the same drawings that everyone on the board has received in their packet. Drawings A101 through A104. They consist of a cover sheet, floor plans, and an elevation of the property in question.
And all this has been previously submitted to the board, is that
Correct, yes.
You do need to speak. Maybe just hold the microphone so they can hear.
Yeah, why don't you?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I always do this.
You have to speak right
I
into
always do this, okay. Would you describe the site, the address, the location, the zone,
Sure.
and dimensions?
Okay. The site is located on the corner of South Orange Avenue and Park Place. The site is approximately 6,923 square feet in area. The lot width, which is a non-conforming lot width, pre-existing, is 52 feet 6 inches, where 110 feet are required. The front yard setbacks are both existing non-conformings. The front yard from South Orange Avenue is 14.13 feet, and the front yard from Park Place is 10.88 feet. The side yard is also an existing non-conforming, where 4 feet 5 inches is required, only 1.57 feet is provided. And the lot coverage presently is 4,480 square feet, which is approximately 64.4%, where the lot coverage that is allowed is 40%, which equates to 2,769.2 square feet. And what we are proposing is a slight reduction in the lot coverage to 63.8%, or 4,422 square feet. And those are the bulk non-conforming, existing non-conforming situations on the property. Just to go back a little bit, I did say we are reducing the coverage slightly. The way that we are achieving that is we are changing the configuration of the existing walkway that comes up from the Park Place sidewalk to the entrance, I guess patio, if you will, to the back portion where the proposed work is intended. By making that straight and taking away the diagonal, we are reducing the coverage by whatever it is, 0.8%, something like that, or 0.6%, excuse me. Presently, the property is a residential, I guess this is all residential, but what we are proposing is for the front portion of the property that the main entrance, which has the main entrance facing South Orange Avenue, that will stay residential with what was mentioned before. It's a one residence. It has 4 bedrooms, 3 on the first floor, 1 on the 3 bedrooms on the second floor, excuse me, 1 on the first floor, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 living room on the first floor. The proposed renovations are for the back portion of the property, which is completely separated from the front portion by a demising wall between the two areas.
Is it your testimony that the residential part of the
Microphone.
structure, the residential part of the structure facing South Orange Avenue is completely blocked off from the office.
Yes, it is.
No way you can get in there.
No.
Now, have there been any changes, existing changes, made to the rear property, as far as you know?
When I first went to measure the property, they were in the middle of demolition of the walls and a good portion of the subfloor as well. So there really wasn't anything in the back space. There were a couple of walls that are denoted as not being hatched, still left standing, and there was the fireplace was still left standing. In addition to that, on the exterior of the building, the walkways I assumed had deteriorated, and a good portion of them have been taken down, and the walkways have been partially reconstructed. That reconstruction has stopped, and the only other work that has been done is the windows have been replaced throughout the back portion of the property to this point.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Dunn.
Is there a building permit issued for the work that's been done so far? Because it looks like a certain amount of work has been done and it's come to a halt.
As far as I know, actually, I don't know. I did see yellow permits in the window when I went out to measure. I don't know what they covered. I believe it was demolition, just for demolition.
Okay. Question for you with regard to the office portion. Is there any requirement for this to be handicap accessible? Because obviously this floor is not.
Right, that is correct. If there was more construction going on, then yes, we probably would be required to have make it accessible. But because it's mostly partition work, it doesn't. We aren't doing enough to warrant that added expense of adding the handicap accessibility, which would have to be a very long ramp and or an elevator.
But within the space, you still have to provide, if you build a new bathroom, it has to be.
That is correct. Within the space for future accessibility, we are planning for one handicap accessible bathroom that's required by code, and access to the spaces.
No more questions at this point.
You know, was there a CO issued for this property when it was recently purchased?
What was that question?
Was there a CO issued?
So you don't speak either, it's
Obviously, yeah. There's a certain kind of voice we have. But was there a C of O issued for this property when it was purchased most recently?
I don't know.
Evidently, yes, there is.
There is, okay. I'd like to see if we can get that in the record, just to make sure there's not any notes on it that we need to be aware of.
So do we have the CO?
I'm sorry?
Do we have the certificate of occupancy here?
I do not. We can deliver it tomorrow.
Well, it's not here now, so let's move on.
Fine.
If we want to deal with it later on, we'll address it, but it's not here now. We could get it if we want it.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I'm just stating my desire that it be entered into the record at some point. Okay.
Other questions, Mr. Biscala?
Not at the moment, no.
This side of the table? Ms. Gruhl?
Just to clarify, I believe that the gross floor area is what?
The total floor area for the building, I'm sorry, the gross area of the existing first floor is 2,423 square feet. Of that 2,423 square feet, The renovations that renovated, the area that we're proposing to renovate is 1,406 square feet. Now, to do the calculations for parking, we did a net area, and that net area is 771 square feet.
And just to clarify, how did you do the net?
In that area, what I did is I did a calculation. I did a calculation for the offices, offices 1, 2, and 3. I believe the conference room and the reception area. And that's eliminating all the interior partitions. It's just floor area that can be furniture and people can walk on.
And when you laid out this plan, was it based upon your consultation with your client?
Yes.
Or did you kind of lay it out?
No, I came up with a preliminary layout based on our discussion, and then I think we had a couple of revisions to that layout based on what the client was looking for, and then this is the plan that we came up with.
Thank you.
We have other questions for the architect?
Just for Susan, does that comply with our method for calculating coverage or floor area?
Well, for parking calculation, I'm going to check that out right now because that was a bit different.
So there's a question of, if this area is an office, do they have adequate parking space for the area? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
By technically whether they have sufficient, because 1,400 square feet is, from what I gather, they took about 50% of the gross floor area and calculated parking based upon that. I think it was 770 or something in that range. As
Right,
as the net for parking calculation, correct? How
like I
did you
s-
do it? What was the number that you used for? I thought I saw that.
The net area is 771 square feet.
Right, and you said that the gross is 1,406 square
Correct.
feet, correct?
Yep.
Does that include the garage, the basement
No.
part? It
No.
does not.
No.
Okay, and is that counted because of the grade and the way that what's the basement piece? The garage and the storage area?
If I can, Rich Keller, for the record, if I can answer part of that, I met with Sal Renda to go over the parking, showed him the plans, and we went item by item as to which rooms within the building, recognizing they had a large storage space, and basically Mr. Renda indicated the areas we could take out, and that's what netted the 771. We did not consider the garage or any of the lower basement because at the time it was discussed that they would not be used as part of the floor below, and it would not be used as part of the business. And the garage, while it can park, is generally netted out for the parking requirements. It's sort of, you wouldn't have a parking requirement for parking. And so that was a direct meeting with Mr. Renda when we went item by item through the building, came up with the 771. It wouldn't change, we could go up to actually 900 square feet and it wouldn't change the parking demand of 3 spaces for that area, but the 771 was done in consultation with the zoning officer.
And that would make sense because I did not include the file storage area either on the first floor.
Just to clarify for members of the public who may not understand the purpose of this conversation, it's not uncommon for a zoning code to allow sections of a space in an office to not be counted in terms of parking. That would include areas like bathrooms and corridors where employees wouldn't actually reside or be able to utilize as part of doing work. And so that's what we're talking about here is how that is defined within our regulations.
And we were just speaking earlier about that if we approve the ordinance, that it would carry over to.
Speak into the microphone.
It's the microphone.
Sorry, we were just mentioning that it would carry over if we approve this ordinance and maybe affect other future owners. Would that mean that they would be restricted to this 771 number for how much of it they used as office space? You know,
Oh,
would that
yes.
be like a permanent limiting condition of the space?
That's just the calculation upon which you establish the amount of required parking.
Right, but if they were to, I think, I should let Susan answer this question, but if they were to redo the wall structures inside the space and make more of it usable, then that would in fact change the parking calculation.
And then would that change the variance? Like that, so that our variance would no longer qualify for them?
Well, the variance is for use. Okay, so the use is what's being requested.
Oh, okay.
They're not asking for parking variance because based on the net, right now they qualify.
Okay.
If they were to change it and it would be then required to have a parking variance?
Would the future
matter of
use be
enforcement.
limited to 771 still, or no? Not, they don't tie in? Okay.
No.
It's a practical matter. My opinion is, like Mr. Dwyer said, enforcement. You're not going to know
Yeah.
if they do interior rehab, whether they need more parking or not. We don't have that sort of prying eyes yet. We have other questions for Mr. Jones. Does the public have any questions for Mr. Jones? Thank you.
I recall Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller, you heard Architect Jones' testimony just before.
Yes, I did.
Do you agree with what he testified?
To the planning and salient engineering features, certainly I wouldn't question his architectural comments. They all sounded sound.
You may proceed.
What I'd like to do is briefly, it's always difficult when the planner goes last because I know everyone knows the neighborhood, but I do want to introduce two exhibits. One, and I beg your indulgence, I don't remember the number we're up to.
6.
A6. A6, and I may refer these to these during my discussion. A6 is an aerial photo, generally looking towards the north. It is taken from the Microsoft website bing.com. It is photography that is probably between 2009 and 2011. It's not clear on the website. But at the center of the drawing with the blue dot, you can see the subject property at 301 South Orange Avenue, and you can see it is somewhat schizophrenic in its configuration, in that it has what really appears to be a fully functional 2.5-story residence, single-family residence that fronts on 301 South Orange Avenue, and then there's the brick 1-story building that was previously the chiropractor's office that faces the park. You can also see as you move down the next property over, immediately contiguous to our property is a driveway and garage, and then the first single-family residence. As you march into the single-family residences that move to the northwest. The other thing we wanted to show was that South Orange Avenue, even though this block is in the residential district, that it is there's a number of uses. Across the street actually is a garden apartment that's just outside of the residential district. There is a 2-story commercial structure with apartments on the second floor. Immediately contiguous to us is a 2-family home. Next to that is actually a doctor's office on the first floor, and I believe there's residential on the second floor. And then next to that is a 2-story mixed commercial use with stores on the first floor and residential above. And we are about basically within 2 blocks of Seton Hall, looking immediately to the northeast. The other exhibit, which I may refer to, is A7, and that is a photo board number 1. This has 6 views, three of these photographs were in your packets. The first is a view of the property in question, the PQ on the left, looking southwest along Park Place. And you can see that there is parking permitted on the non-park side of the street. There is, essentially there's the apartments across the way and the park to the right. Moving a little closer into the site as we continue traveling towards South Orange Avenue, we see, looking directly to the south, we see again that low 2-story brick building with the garage underneath, parking lot. You can see that the applicant did start to renovate by removing a lot of the poor vegetation, the broken concrete in the front. They stopped all work. You can see that there is some degraded concrete apron and some combination of bituminous and stone in the driveway area, and you can see how it attaches to the main house. The only really thing that ties those two together is that they use the same color cladding above the garage as on the main house. Otherwise, they really look and function and feel as two buildings that have been merged together. The more attractive view, actually, as you start to rotate around, you can see as we move up to the intersection of Park Place and South Orange Avenue, you see the 2.5-story frame single-family residence, where what looks like a single family actually houses a group of college students, really starts to dominate with the low brick building moving beyond. And again, as you move on to the South Orange streetscape, you can see in photograph number 5, there's a subject property on the left, 2-family in the center, and the doctor's office with what we believe is residential above. And then finally, just next to that, you can see the, again, as we discussed, the retail on the first floor with apartments on the second. The property is designated as Block 1009, Lot 1, 301 South Orange Avenue. It is a corner lot located wholly within the RA60 zone. And as we said, Grove Park is immediately to the south and or to the west, and the Seton Hall is just a few blocks up to the north. The application is before you today because the applicant seeks to locate the business in the rear zone. That prior use as a chiropractor was discontinued for some time. It was rented out as a fraternity-style dormitory, it looks like, based upon what's inside of there. It was kind of used and abused by some college students before the owners took over. That use has stopped, and they're seeking to renovate and restore the building. And as a part of that, they seek to move the administrative portion of their home health care business into the lower part, continue to rent the front part out for a few years as a legally permissible rental to a group of college students, ultimately taking ownership. So the application is not for a home occupancy, and as was pointed out, the 1,406 square feet exceeds the permissible floor area for a home occupancy, which is limited at 900 anyways. So the applicant is seeking to move their business into the back, ultimately to live in the front, but currently to have the two disparate uses. Under municipal land use law, this is considered a D1 variance. D1 variances for a use that is not inherently beneficial, it's the applicant's burden to show special reasons in order for the board to grant relief. If an application is deemed inherently beneficial, it presumptively meets the positive criteria in support of the use variance, but state legislature, especially through the Sika case, says that particular attention can be paid to the negative criteria, ensuring that even an inherently beneficial use does not have a detrimental impact on the neighborhood. In terms of the definition of an inherently beneficial use, it was recently added to the Land Use Act, and it's defined as a use which is universally considered of value to the community because it fundamentally serves the public good and promotes the general welfare. Such a use includes, but is not limited to, a hospital, school, child care center, group home, or wind, solar, or photovoltaic energy facility or structure. This use, as proposed, is a locally owned husband and wife business that provides early intervention program for children with developmental delays, such as autism and cognitive delays, as was indicated. They provide a host of therapeutic services, as well as community awareness, public outreach to both the community and those in our community who have the greatest need. The program is licensed by the New Jersey Department of Health and Senior Services, and the DHSS assigns this region to this operation. The cases are referred through the University of Medical and Dentistry of New Jersey, and as was indicated, Edna Lee is, in addition to her administrative responsibilities, is an RN who saves the most compromised cases as part of her own workload. I don't want to get into a debate over inherently beneficial uses because everyone has a different take on them. If this isn't inherently beneficial, it's pretty darn close. And if we try to separate out the fact that this inherently beneficial use needs an administrative component, even though all of the therapy is done off-site, they need to run their administrative services somewhere. And having it housed in the community where they serve the very same patients is, I think, a benefit to the community. It allows them to function well, and so it allows what we think is an inherently beneficial use to foster. It fosters an inherently beneficial use. Again, not wanting to belabor that, we think it also meets the standard criteria for a use variance, and that is, under the Medici case, we need to show that the site is particularly suited for the proposed use. We think that this particular building, this particular site is particularly suited for the proposed use, and the proposed use is particularly suited for this building. It is a 1,406 square foot, one-story brick building fronting on Park Place that is attached to the rear of that two-story, 2.5-story home with very different aesthetic, very different character to the two homes. It really exists as two buildings on one site. The notion of taking that and converting it to living space for a single-family residence is somewhat odd. You could certainly make the argument that the whole thing could be demolished, but it's a pretty significant undertaking to do that. It exists today. It was built and existed for a number of years as a multiple-use mixed chiropractor's office and a home dwelling, because it's perfectly suited to do that. It's not connected. They have different facades, different frontages, different entrances, and it works very well in that capacity. And again, no connection between the two. The use is also an extremely low traffic generator. This building will have a staff of 3. Essentially, the applicants sort of hit the jackpot. It really has some more space than they need. They are giddy with excitement that they will have a conference room, that they will have a common area, that they will have a kitchenette, and that they will have record storage and billing space and offices for each of them. It's not something they're accustomed to. It's something they've worked very hard to achieve. And so if you say, well, there's a lot of square footage for 3 people, that's true. But the reality also is that they do need space for those auditors to come in. I don't have nearly the same auditing. When I get audited for my workers' comp, they spread out, they take my entire conference room table that seats 8 people and spread it all out. So certainly to go through these kind of audits and have a conference room, to have a separate kitchenette, to have the required billing area is a luxury. If the space was 200 square feet less, could they make do? Certainly, but it's built out, it exists today, and certainly they've sought to provide an attractive environment for them to work in, which they have been denied up to thus far with smaller spaces. There is adequate parking on the site. There's 5 spaces on the site, 2 of which are in the garage. The tenants, the owners have indicated that they are very comfortable in prohibiting any tenants from moving into the house and having cars. It's just a fact of life, and they recognize that will limit their population. But certainly there are students at Seton Hall and all universities who go to school who do not have cars and need to live in the area. If anything, you could say we're providing an underserved market, because if you have a car space, you're going to get a higher rent. So for those students who don't have cars, it will probably offer a more viable alternative in off-campus housing. The parking lot will function in that essentially the first 2 people into the office every day will generally be the leads, who will quite often come together. They'll grab the spots whether in the garage, their office manager will arrive next. That leaves actually still a few spaces open, leaves three to four spaces open on the outside. There is parking during the day. It's restricted to 2 hours, parking between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. on the street. So in the unlikely event that an auditor came the same day as their accountant came or whoever came, there is adequate parking for them to park up to 2 hours on the street, and there should be adequate parking in the lot. We are located across from Grove Park, which means actually by not being directly across from other residential properties, there is a lower parking demand for street parking during the weekdays. Weekends, a little different. People go to the park, they want to park there, but they will not be operating on weekends. So there's really no confusion over the availability of parking. The site fronts on South Orange Avenue, which has a number of existing commercial uses mixed within the residential uses. There are medical offices, there are apartments, multifamily and single-family residential. This is an excellent low-intensity use that acts as a transition into the single-family homes on Park Place, and it exists today. And what I think is also particularly helpful is that we are not immediately adjacent to the residential dwelling next door. And by actually eliminating the 4 tenants of the building from using that parking lot, we're eliminating all that activity that would happen generally late at night, early in the mornings, and really restricting the use of that parking lot to office hours, which are generally 9 to 5, 9 to 6. So I think that actually the intensity of use in that area between the subject property and the next residence would be greatly decreased by an approval of this application. I think that's already been gone over. So we feel that this site, the existing building, is particularly suited for the proposed use, and the use is particularly suited for the proposed building. Other purposes of the Land Use Act that are advanced to help that positive criteria is that we are certainly promoting public health by the services that are offered to the community. We are providing a sufficient space for a variety of uses to meet the needs of the community. And we're also providing a desirable visual environment. We're taking a building that has been run down primarily through some owners who were not located on the site, renting it out to college students, letting the building be run down, and we have essentially an owner-occupied building that will be lovingly cared for. They've stopped the renovations. They want to significantly improve the aesthetics, come in with a landscaping plan, provide a better driveway, fix all the cracked sidewalk and pavements, essentially bring this building back to the care and character it should be. With any variance application, we need to show that we meet the negative criteria, and special attention is generally paid to the effect on the character of the neighborhood itself. We think that there is no detriment to the public good. We think that this is certainly better than the historical uses have been. We think this is a low-intensity use. We think that you can grant an approval to this as not as an office building, but as an administrative office for home health care agency that would limit it to a similar type business. Most of those businesses act very similarly. We think the board would have a comfort level that another office, a doctor's office, or another type of office couldn't move in here. Certainly an office couldn't anyways because it's a different use group. They would need site plan approval and variances. But a generic office, I think if it's conditioned that it's an office specifically for home health care agency, I think that it would preclude another generic office from moving in to the space. I think the applicant's presence here in town by being members of the community, I think they could be taken for their word in that they intend to occupy this for a good 30 years and pass this legacy on to their children. So I think that the likelihood is that there won't be turnover, but I think if you can condition the approval accordingly, you can get a comfort level that this would never go to a higher intensity use. We think that there's no detriment to the public good. We think there's no substantial impairment to the purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance. We think that this is a great low-intensity use for an existing situation that will greatly improve the neighborhood and keep what we think is really an inherently beneficial use or a darn good one within the community.
Thank you. Okay, do we have questions for Mr. Keller?
I just have a question related to parking. Don't we have a different rule for single-family house versus a house that's used for boarding with several unrelated individuals? Or parking, or with regard to them being allowed or something?
If they qualify as a household or a family, then, and that's a definitional zoning officer kind of thing, then they're considered a household and a family, but Patrick can probably.
It doesn't sound from testimony from the homeowner that this is a housing, family unit.
Well, if they have common living, they function as a household and have common living. Patrick, that's a legal matter.
As long as they, in
Definition.
my discussions with Sal Renda, as long as they don't have locks on the doors, and I believe there was one other criteria that had to do with the kitchen. I think it was a single kitchen, not multiple kitchens. It's really considered a single household unit, and accordingly, it's assessed at 2 cars, which we agree is really, it's when you have 4 students living there, you have the potential for 4 cars. They may function, they may share grocery shopping, they may share cleaning occasionally of the building, but for the most part, while they are considered to be a family unit and assessed at 2 cars, we do agree that they have a bigger parking demand, and I think this is an opportunity to alleviate that.
Other questions, Mr. Discala?
No, not at this point.
I have just a couple. I'm going to ask a couple questions. You might not be the one to answer, but I'll ask them anyway. The site has been pretty denuded, to say the least, and I'd like to know what the Park Place landscaping is going to look like. And I'd also, I know there was some comments in Ms. Gruel's report about the functionality of that parking area in the back with those 3 angled spaces. So I'd like some comment on how you actually get in and out of those spaces. I assume you're backing out onto Park Place?
Yeah, you would with the angled spaces, you would back out, which is not uncommon in a residential area. It's low intensity. We don't think that there'll be generally more than 3 cars using this lot. So yeah, currently, and if there was more, certainly the last ones would be the ones who would be leaving. And I would suspect that anybody who came during the day, whether it was a UPS truck or if an auditor came, they would probably very likely park or they could park for that 2 hours out on the street. But yeah, it's tight. We didn't want to increase the amount of impervious area. We wanted to keep limited to what was there. And so we actually felt that we could fit, it's actually about a little in excess of 8 feet, about 8'4" and 8'6". We could get 3 spaces on the diagonal. We readily recognize that there is to get 2 cars in and out of the garage at the same time would be difficult. You'd have to do some juggling. You could certainly get one, you could have cars parked there, you could get 1 car into the garage. 2 may be difficult. But again, since the first 2 that are arriving are the owners and they have the ability to park in the garage and they're generally the last to leave, we thought that it worked fairly well, and we didn't want to increase the amount of impervious area. As far as landscaping goes, the applicants did plan some of the landscaping that you see in front of the building because they were not prohibited from working on that side of the building. Their intent is to go with a series of foundation plantings and perhaps a few specimen trees along the Park Place side. There's no formal landscaping plan. They indicated that they certainly had every intention of putting the same amount of detail into landscaping the property as they will into renovating what will be a very attractive space. And so we do not have a plan at this time, but the applicants did plant all of the bushes that you see in front of the building now.
Okay, I have one more question, a bit hypothetical. If another medical use purchased this building, in your opinion, could they occupy that back space without a variance?
No, medical office is very different than an administrative office.
But what about continuation of what was there, in your opinion?
Well,
Given the fact that you've shown us a piece of paper from 1955.
you know, it becomes a touchy issue as to how long was it since that the chiropractor last used that space, and we believe there was a break in that. You know, it would be another quiver, an arrow in my quiver, if I could say we could move a chiropractor in there tomorrow. I think that use was broken when they allowed college students to move in and occupy that space. The chiropractor died, his daughter took over, and did not run it as a chiropractic office. It lay fallow and or was illegally rented to college students.
Okay.
So is it correct to say that that use was abandoned, or is that even proper given that, was it a professional office or was it, residence?
We're not sure what use it was. Certainly if it was non-conforming and made non-conforming by ordinance, then it was abandoned. But we're not sure if it was a professional office and residence. We don't have a lot of evidence either way.
No. If I had owned that building, if it was given to me by my dad, I would have moved a chiropractor in the next day to preserve that, but it doesn't appear that that was done.
We have questions for Mr. Keller?
I would like to ask if you could elaborate a little bit about the enhanced quality of proof for why this use variance, if it's not inherently beneficial, does not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the zone plan and ordinance, which prohibits that use.
Well, I think that an overriding goal within the master plan is to preserve the character of neighborhoods. And while it would be nice to wish this to go away, it exists there today as this two-part building that's been attached at the hip. And I think that we have an applicant. It's a quirky building that has had no market value as a single-family residence. And so I think you're looking at continued use for students with an unwieldy appendage to the back that's very unlikely it will be torn off. And so I think that in this particular case, we have the ability to move a tenant in there that is a low intensity, confined to normal business hours, that will be a better neighbor than what's existed there so far, and will be an attractive use of what's an existing space that's not likely to go away in any time in the near future. It's sort of like the discussion you had previously on the redevelopment zone. You have something that exists, and the notion that we want to disincentivize anyone from making this attractive because we want to tear it down, it may take 20 years for that to happen, or it may never happen. And so we have an opportunity, I think, here to create something that will be more protective of the neighborhood, which is always an intent and purpose of the master plan and zoning ordinance. So I think that I don't see that there's a substantial detriment. I think we're taking something that has a spotty use. I wish I could say that it would be easier for me as a planner to say that was a chiropractor's office recently, or this was an expansion of an existing non-conforming. I don't have the track record to prove it, but I do know that we have a building that exists. It's been unattractive and fallow, and we have the opportunity to improve it with a low-intensity user that can be bound by resolution and deed restriction.
Mr. Keller, in addition to it being a simple use variance, even in places in our town that allow mixed residential and office or retail, it's on separate floors. So it's like a double whammy here. You've got residents on the same floor as an office, and that's not allowed anywhere. I assume there's a good planning reason for that, and I'd like you to address that.
Well, generally, where you have the requirement that commercial and residential are permitted, generally it's residential, it goes on the upper floors, so we preserve the pedestrian nature of the commercial businesses on the first floor. That essential pedestrian character of the business district, which is generally where you get those combined uses are permitted. In this particular case, what we do instead is we don't have it on two floors, but we have it where you turn the corner and you have a very different building that is at the back end of this building, so that the front facade, as it faces South Orange Avenue, has a wraparound, has the front porch, it has a residential character, and then as you move around, there is a completely different feeling with the second portion, and so it's a different material. There is actually no physical connection between the two. It's on a different street, has a different vista, and you're in an area where you could make the argument that, you know, it'd be nice if these were flipped. You can make the argument that much of South Orange Avenue already has this mixture of pedestrian-friendly commercial on the first floor with apartments above. I think that the pedestrian-friendly character of the size of the building, the porch, the wraparound porch, or not wraparound, but the front porch with the 4 columns, creating that diaphanous layer of space in front of the house, I think that, you know, picks up the same pedestrian quality that we have over here on further up South Orange Avenue. However, when we wrap the corner, you're dropping grade, and there is no physical connection between those buildings. So I don't see it that. I see it somewhat analogous to having it in a different location. It's just instead of being up, which you would definitely want in a central business district, it's around the corner on a different street and not connected.
Second question, are you familiar that we have an ordinance for professional office and residence?
Yes.
Would you agree that this application would be a stronger application if they said we'd like to make this a professional office and residence, even though we exceed 50% of the toll area, et cetera?
Yes, I wish that the applicants were at a point in their life where they could move in now, because I think it would be a stronger case. That last kid going off to college is thwarting that for now, but I certainly think it is their intent. It would be an easier task to say we are a permitted use, we're just deviating from some of the conditions of your requirement. But in this particular case, I think that the site in its sort of existing schizophrenic nature of that building really lends itself to these two uses that are disparate now, but eventually will be like a home office occupation. They still will never have a connection between the two, but I still think that it would help. It doesn't trouble me extremely that they're not now.
If I may pick up on what the chairman was talking about, because actually that was going to be one of my questions. From a planning perspective, do you believe that a home occupation, as what is permitted as a conditional use in the RA zone, RA 60 zone, has similar impacts or less impacts than just an office use without, as defined?
I think that, you know, I had a case before this board many years ago for a home professional office doctor, and it was before we had guidance from the Land Use Act to define what an inherently beneficial use is. Thank you. Blinded by the laser. And at the time, we had some discussion that, you know, not all medical offices are necessarily beneficial. And you can put a restriction where you can have a medical office. I think the immediate reaction would be, if it was a home professional office, it would be better. But I don't think that's necessarily true. I think that you can have an office that's restricted to a number of personnel and a doctor, but the nature of that business can be very intense. We've had hormone therapy doctors who have one assistant, and they see a patient every 4.5 minutes using hormone therapy for weight loss in Springfield, where they overran the neighborhood. You can have a doctor's office that is the Marcus Welby, and it is less impactful within that structure of a home professional office. I think that in this particular case, you are, even though it's in an S60 zone, you're in a strange hybrid where you have this mixture of commercial offices, doctor's offices that are both on the first floor, unattached, as well as the permission for the home professional office. So,
just as a follow-up, are there any commercial uses along Park going back into the neighborhood?
there are none that I saw.
Okay.
So that's why I indicated this is sort of, it functions as a transition. It's a corner lot.
Wow.
So it faces one, and then, you know, it's got this use that trails off. And what I like about this particular use is that it is so low intensity. And, you know, forgetting all of the good they do for the public, I think it's actually good for the neighborhood because it's better than what, certainly if you let 4 college students park there, I think it's a lower intensity use next to that first residential property.
I have a question for our expert, Ms. Gruhl. As a practical matter, you know, this suggestion that we limit it not merely to an office, but home office for home health, administrative office for home health aid, assuming that we would ever get that exact same applicant, should this business move out. What's the practicality of trying to limit it that way? Or Ed, maybe you could answer this. What does a town do? Do you really check on that? This has a variance for an office, so they're going to follow things that closely.
Let me try to answer that for a moment, not from a zoning and how you enforce it, but from a planning perspective and a use. Normally, you look at similar uses and can't if they have impacts that are similar, that's where you distinguish. I don't believe, and I think Patrick is probably from a legal perspective, whether you can define it that narrowly. I would suggest from a planning perspective you can't. But from a legal perspective, you may get a different opinion. That's not
I too am a little bit perplexed on how a variance can be limited like that. I've not seen it, to be honest with you, I've not seen it done that way.
I just look to the distinction we make in zoning, that some zones will permit only retail on the first floor, but they'll permit real estate offices and travel agencies, or they'll permit financial services institutions in some zones, but not generic offices. So it already happens in zoning where it makes distinctions between professional offices. We make a distinction between a professional office and a medical office. And so to me, it already happens in zoning. And I think and you're right, how do we enforce it? If we put it in a deed restriction that the use in the back can only be used accordingly, at least it serves notice to the buyer, so that if they get an unscrupulous realtor who doesn't inform them of the allowable uses, they're served notice. And then it really comes down to, unfortunately, if the intensity of that use gets excessive, someone notices it, whether it's a resident notices it, or the zoning officer notices it, or someone in the town notices it, and they make a call. And that's where, if it's been in a deed and there's been a change of use, you have the opportunity to enforce that deed restriction and that ordinance. And so, unfortunately, some of them take a little time before they get picked up, but I think what's important, and in a lot of the towns I work in, they force the restriction to be filed with the county, with the property, so it runs as a restriction with the land. So when the buyer gets it, they get title insurance, they're made aware of it.
Ed, do you have anything to add to that?
It's difficult to confirm if the use is continued.
Could we perhaps look at it from a limitation relating to an office to which no clients or patients regularly tend? That way we don't get into whether it's medical.
That's the definition of administrative, but you're right, so that's the issue, is that there aren't...
That's really the risk that we're concerned about, is that people are going to come out and people are going to...
We're okay. You know, we struggled to find a way to give this board comfort, and what we presented is what we came up with. We're not opposed. Like I said, my client is making a long-term commitment. They're not worried about the resale value at this time. They're not worried that they don't want to increase the value so they can flip it next year. So any condition that you find that gives you a comfort level, I think my client would most likely be willing to entertain.
But why do we want to put a restriction? What's the advantage or disadvantage of doing that? Why not just grant the variance?
Intensity of use.
Well, but again,
I mean, that's a big space. You could easily.
I hear you. But if you have, there are two things to know about that neighborhood that I've lived in for probably 30 years. Parking is never a problem, especially on that street. One of the things you have to know about that street is that probably every hour, someone's parking on that street to go walking. You'll always find parking on that street. And there was a question about the students with cars parking. In that neighborhood, there are more students with no cars walk to Seton Hall than probably any other part of town. I think that's one of the attractive things on that Fairview Park, that area. The average kid walks. And the average person walks the park. They park their car there and they just walk the park. So there's always availability. So I'm trying to understand why would we think that by putting a restriction on it, it's going to impact the neighborhood. It's been like that for a very long time.
I just want to take a little different direction here. One of the arguments you've made is that this site is particularly well suited as built for this use. So my question is, I'll make a statement first and ask a question. My statement would be, it's a big enough space, and the design of the space with 2 bay windows is residential feeling. It's not office feeling to me. Why isn't it particularly well suited to be a one-family addition on the back as opposed to an office? What makes it particularly suited to be an office?
Well, as I said, I think if you were to tear off and start over, I think which is not likely to happen, and it hasn't happened so far.
Right. As built.
I think we've worked on a number of homes where these spaces become sort of large and unwieldy. They are too big to house necessarily kitchen
no, my question is, why isn't it? You could be here saying, you know what, we want to make that a second unit, so there's actually a 2-family, and that's the issue, because that unit at 1,400 square feet on one level with 2 big bay windows facing a park and a 2-car garage is not a bad description of a residential unit. And so my question to you is, your argument is that the site is particularly well suited to the use. My question is why isn't it particularly well suited as well to a residential use?
For a 2-family.
2-family.
I think actually you get into that problem where you'd have to, I think in that case where you've got 2 dwelling units, you would only have 4 parking spaces required. But I think then you get into the problem of how do you manage those 2 units. I think you'd actually have to lop off part of the building to kind of make it function to get 4 spaces parked overnight there, as opposed to having the daytime use. I'm tripping here. Could it work? So I'd need 2 units per. This unit would have the parking quite orphaned away. Maybe you split that where 1 garage goes to each. I'm not sure. Residential site improvement standards then take hold. I may only get credit for 3 spaces, not the 4 spaces. I think you actually create more of a maneuvering problem and more of a parking problem, which would almost demand then that a portion of the building be lopped off to make a better circulating driveway back in there. But it certainly, look, there's no doubt that the site, you could create a living unit out of that. I think that this is an area that permits that, but I think that it would be actually a more intense use. I'm also left with, generally when you have 2 families in the R60 zone, I know you're near the park, but I'm left with no recreational space. I'm left with no on-site space for kids to play, even patios, etc. And so when I look at it in terms of 2 families now trying to deal with that space and no amenity space, no accessory use space, I think it becomes less attractive and less viable.
Mr. Keller, do you think maybe one of the reasons a professional office and residence, you talked about the downside is, yes, you could get a doctor bringing in patient every few minutes. I suppose that could happen. Then you be careful what you wish for, is what you're saying. On the other hand, professional office and a residence as exist in some of the properties surrounding the area, you assume that the homeowner is living there, they're going to pay a little bit more attention to the home and how they get along with the neighbors. If the neighbor can knock on the door and say enough is enough, as opposed to an absentee landowner. So it can kind of cut both ways too, wouldn't you agree?
Look, there's always a benefit to having a property that is owner occupied. And I've cited that as one of the benefits here, is that the owners of this are not living there, but they're actually, the owners are occupying the office space and controlling the front rental, getting better control over those Seton Hall students until such time as they do occupy it as a home office. But I think that there certainly are benefits both ways. I think in this particular, and I have seen just the opposite, where the dentist who is technically living upstairs ends up moving out while his friend lives in, and then it goes right down the hill. So that's an enforcement issue. And I've also seen a case in Springfield where technically the residential space was not even used by the doctor anymore because the doctor's business was so lucrative and it was too busy for his own family to live there that they didn't live there. So I think it cuts both ways. I think everything goes down to the reason you have limits on 50% of the square footage of the first floor or 900 square feet is to limit the intensity of that use. And so I think that this is a low intensity use that is a great asset to the community, and it will really fit well into this existing building structure.
We have other questions for Mr. Keller. Mr. Adler.
Have you been inside the residence part?
No, I have not. It is occupied by college students right now.
Any idea how many?
I understand there are 4.
Other questions?
I have a question, Rusty. Is there any proposed signage?
I have to turn to the architect for that. Is there any proposed signage here? None proposed, other than a street number.
One more thing. I wasn't sure if the applicant had autistic children actually visit the site for therapy.
No, there are, as was indicated, there are no times when a child is ever to the site. It is mandated by the state that all children receive care in their natural environment.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. Does anybody from the public have any questions? No. Okay, so now, Mr. Friedland, do you have any closing statement?
I spoke quite a bit in the beginning. We'll submit.
All right, so we talk amongst ourselves now and discuss, debate, if it gets to that, pros, cons. And again, however you decide to vote on this, I think the applicant as well as the townspeople deserve reasons. You don't have to give your reasons, but I think you should give your reasons why you're for something or against something. I think that's just the responsible thing to do. Does anybody want to start?
I'll start. I'm having more trouble on the positive criteria than the negative criteria in this case. I don't particularly find the inherently beneficial case to be very strong because the administrative office could be anywhere. The service is actually delivered in people's houses. And I don't find the location of the administrative office to carry much weight as inherently beneficial to the community. I am also, as my question indicated, a little bit thin on the site is particularly suited to the use. I think the response that Mr. Keller gave is an interesting one about the intensity of use. If you put a second family living there, there's not much open space, if any, on the site. But that's already a problem with the house at the front. It's a 4-bedroom house at the front. And you could preserve the residential character of the street by putting a family in there. And there is a park across the street. So I kind of buy it, but it's not strong to me. I do think the arguments that have been made on the negative side are stronger, that the use that's being proposed and with the restrictions that they're offering is less intensive than the use that was there, most likely, and that in general, it's a very low intensity use of the site, which given the space restrictions is a good thing. And so, you know, I'm just a bit torn. I mean, we're dealing with a structure that's sitting there. It is what it is on a site that is what it is. It's not particularly, it's not an ideal situation, but it is what it is. And I think our question is to find the best way to use that site. And I'm just thinking that the positive criteria are a little thin.
Mr. Shapiro.
I had the same qualm running through my mind, that I was finding it hard to find a very concrete positive beneficial, but I found a very strong lack of any negative impact. And I wanted a little clarification from either our planner or our attorney as to, is there any point at which there is a default positive beneficial by the complete absence of any negative impact, where it's neutral? The neutral kind of sometimes swing into the positive areas.
The fact that there is not more negative makes it more positive?
Or the fact that it's neutral and there's more negative.
Well,
is there anything that's completely neutral?
I don't think there are any land uses that are completely neutral.
So therefore, if it's not negative, then it must be positive.
Well, I would say it differently. I would say every use has some negative impact of some sort.
Sometimes I wish I was an attorney. Excellent answer.
Doesn't help you at all, does it?
No. The other question I had was for our attorney also. You felt a little, I don't know, uncomfortable with a very narrow limitation on the variance to only a home health care agency. If that were broadened a little bit to the effect of limiting it to administrative headquarters for home health care or any other human service entity which cannot provide on-premises services, would that make you a little more comfortable?
Again, I understand the gist of this is trying to lessen the impact, even though you want to grant the variance.
Yes.
And I get that. There's a fairly famous case called Stop and Shop in Springfield that's been litigated for the last 20 years. They started out by saying once you granted a use, any use in that category can be substitute. And what they're trying to do is overcome that by saying we're just going to have this one particular part of this use. And I get that. I'm just not sure. I don't see a lot of objectors here, but I'm just not sure that that would be entirely defensible because I haven't seen it so restricted. And the other part of that is that just talking about inherently beneficial for a bit, oftentimes, well, probably more often than not, and Dr. Seek, of course, being the exception, but more often than not, inherently beneficial uses are not-for-profit, and the courts struggle with that, and I say it's not necessarily true, but this is clearly not a not-for-profit institution. This is a for-profit business, a commercial enterprise. So maybe, and there wasn't a lot of evidence about the need for it, as Michael said, that type of use in that particular location. So, I don't know if I answered your question or not, but one of the issues in D1 variances is that it's the most destructive of the zone plan, because after all the planning that's been done, the applicant is saying, we want to do something different. So that's why their burden of proof is so heavy, and that's why they have to show why it's particularly well suited. And that's a heavy burden.
Well, here's what I got from it. If it was ever a pre-existing non-conforming use, if it ever was, that's been abandoned. I think that's clear. Basically what we're doing is putting an office building in a residence zone. And when Mr. Keller says that it's a transition, that's backwards. It would be a transition if you had the brick part on South Orange Avenue, attached to a house on Park Place. So this is a kind of a bad transition, if it's transition. And you talk about intensity, I mean, here's the catch-22. If you want to restrict it to a home health service or even this particular home health service, what's the point? What is the intensity? Well, we don't really know. So what's the point of limiting it to that? On the other hand, if you don't limit it to that, you're going to have a real office building. So how do you do that? I would not vote for this application if I couldn't, and I can't do it tonight. Sit and figure out how the heck you restrict it, how you can tie it up so that the people down on Park Place don't have an office building next to them. So, and the three, yeah, I don't find the argument for positive very persuasive. It's a business. The three letters that they submitted from clients, which are obviously solicited because they're dated yesterday and today, and are hearsay in any event, don't help much to me. It's a business. It's just a business. They bill Medicaid. I'm sure they do good work, and it's one of the many thousands of businesses that help people in some way. So I couldn't vote for an office building in residence unless I could really figure out what the restrictions are and how we enforce them.
Along the same line, I don't necessarily have a problem with looking at a piece of property as it currently exists and making the best use out of it, as opposed to a blank slate where we probably wouldn't necessarily approve a variance for this structure to be built. The one missing piece of information for me is that I don't know that it's an existing legal non-conforming structure. I don't see any permits, I don't see any variances, I don't have any testimony that says that it is. And so it's, if somebody comes in after the fact, and this is an ongoing thing, this is a problem I think that if I have in this venue is at least frequently receive applications and we don't really know what the history of the property is. And I'm always afraid that we're going to approve something that was done illegally because it's already there, which is it's the worst thing that we could do.
And so so your point is that the negatives, which are it's a less intense use than was there previously, is predicated on what was there previously was permitted.
That's correct. And so I think that I also wouldn't be able to vote positively on this evening without having further evidence that this is a legal non-conforming use provided or structure.
Well, what do you raised the point that's tough for me, which is it's there, right? We got a building.
It is. No, it is.
It's there. It's been there a long time. It's not going away.
Right.
If not this, what? Right now, Mr. Keller made the point when I asked about putting another housing unit there that might actually wind up being more intense use of this site than an administrative office that no clients come to, right? So I think we have to, you raised the same question. If it's there, right? If not this, what? Because it's there.
You don't think it would ever go away? Nobody's going to demolish it?
Well,
I think they probably wouldn't, but...
Yeah, I mean...
But,
I guess I'm taking it as it's there.
It is there, that's...
Right. And I'm not...
Being there is...
And that's part of my struggle with... So I sort of... It is there, and the site, it's set up as an office, and it's there, and what else are you going to do with it? That's why I asked about the residential, and I think he made a good point, that it would be likely a more intense use. So I think we have to ask the question, is the site, is that the real nail you hang positive on? It's there, and it's particularly well suited to be an office.
Well, think about one other thing. If it's there right now. Let's think about the other neighbors on the block. we know what it looked like before. If you lived in the neighborhood, we know it was unkept and not done well. And for a short time or a long time, someone is going to beautify this property for the folks on the block. That's a positive for the folks on the block.
I agree with that.
And that's something to think about, not so much with respect to, you know, the overall South Orange, but the neighborhood. The neighborhood. And that's key. It's a neighborhood that's, let's call it, it's part of the college town more than other parts in the town. You have kids living in it. You have a well-kept building, and it happened to be there. You know, we're not putting it up and saying, this is what we're gonna transform it into. So let's think about the neighborhood, the positive effect that's bringing to the neighborhood.
I think we're in danger here of being naive. I've been on the board for over a decade, and the few mistakes we made were decisions we made trusting that somebody was going to stay in the home and keep it as they promised. I'm not saying that this applicant doesn't intend to do just what they said, but if ifs and buts were fruits and nuts, every day would be Christmas. We can't base a decision upon somebody's plan to move in there. Why don't they just move in there now? Then they potentially, well, they would have to have a variance for professional office and residence because of technicalities, but they have certainly a stronger case for a professional office and residence variance. They could do that if they wanted. They seek the convenience of having it both ways, and there's no guarantee they're going to move in there, and there's no guarantee that they're going to stay there. So I'm also concerned that well, let me mention the positive criteria. I don't accept the inherently beneficial argument in this case either, for the same reason Mr. Parlapiano said. It's an administrative office attached to a good service. I'm a physician myself. It provides a service, it's useful, but inherently beneficial. My understanding were things like public schools, hospitals where there was none, these sorts of large institutions, not a private for-profit commercial business. And it, it irritates me when I see this use constantly try to expand. Mr. Keller's not the first person to try to do it, but I want that stated. I don't accept that. The other negative criteria is that to try to limit this, as they suggest, to a home health aid office, I share, for the same reason, I don't want to be naive, I share Mr. Dwyer's concern, just knowing human nature, but also hearing an attorney say he's not aware that there are cases out there that have successfully limited these sorts of uses to, as we might say, circumscribe it to a home health agency, administrative office. I think it's difficult legally, probably. I'm taking his advice, and I think practically, as an enforcement matter, it would be difficult to enforce for that reason. Could we be getting something here worse? Yes, we could. It could be another frat house again. On the other hand, the Lees could move in now, and they'd have a lot stronger case for a professional office and a residence variance. Not saying that I would vote yes for it, but it's just a matter of, clearly you can read that it's much closer that way. So I don't think the positive criteria are met, and I think the negative criteria are considerable. You have an office in a residential area, period. And it's not related to the homeowner. There's no special reason for land use law, other than the existing fact that the house exists, for us to grant this.
Could this be used as a frat house again? I thought I heard testimony that was an illegal use of this space.
Well, I know we have a
I
boarding,
don't mean the frat house.
a boarding
but just in
ordinance
general.
now in town.
Right.
Where the owners have to be licensed, and I know that there's also a requirement that they're not be considered a single house-keeping unit, and to avoid that, you have to not have no locks, so that there's no, everyone shares the same cooking facilities.
Well, I'm just thinking in terms of it being two-family. Like, is two-family allowed in this zone?
No, it's single family
Right,
apartments.
right, so there are two distinct houses on one lot, two distinct units, if you will.
Two different something.
Right, right, and so they couldn't continue to use this for residential use, I don't think, without a variance anyway.
Well, the ordinance does allow for, I'm not saying the right word, it's not borders under our ordinance, but there are, people who are allowed to live in your home as long as it's not a separate cooking facility and all that stuff.
Right, I was just reading that. I was just thinking the fact that they're two separate units. Is that considered the same home? They're not attached in any way. You can't pass from one to the other.
Really now they're not.
Right.
Because they are separate. But I don't think there are two kitchens or right now, from what I heard.
Well, they took the kitchen out that was in there, right? The cabinets are in the basement.
Oh.
Could you also just take down that wall and make it a large extension to a single-family home? Is that feasible, Mr. Don? Reasonable?
Assuming that they're at the same floor level.
Yeah, architect.
I don't know. I'm going to be a bit of a contrarian.
We need one, so go ahead.
Starting off with what Mr. Parlapiano said, I kind of felt the same way in that this is an administrative office. It could be anywhere. There's nothing particularly unique about it being in this location. But on the other side of the coin, we do have this totally oddball building that I've driven by a million times and sort of wondered what the heck it was and what function it actually served. I understand that in the best of all worlds, it would make more sense if this building was flipped and that the residential piece was on Park and that the office piece was on South Orange. But it is across it is across from the park, so I don't consider it to be in the middle of the neighborhood. I do consider it to be on the edge of the neighborhood. And I guess if I have to balance what I could see this being used for, a non-professional office space, like not a doctor's office, not a dentist's office, not an accountant, not an architect, but an administrative office, to me, seems to be a reasonable use of this existing building. Would I ever approve this if it was a new application? No. But we're dealing with an existing building that I don't foresee the owner knocking down the back part anytime soon and making it a conforming lot anymore. So, having said all that, with some not really specific restrictions, I don't want to get into the point where we're restricting it to a specific type of use. But I do want to make sure that we do not have a medical use in there, an actual office of a healthcare provider, seeing patients in that place. I could support this application.
And that means that you're comfortable with the argument that this use is particularly suited to this oddball site?
I think it's more suited, quite honestly, than a residential use. While I certainly could see it being a two-family house, I just don't, maybe it's because I've always sort of seen this as an office space driving by since we live in the neighborhood.
I think in balancing the sides, I think I'm more with Mr. Don at this point. Well, it may not be legally the inherently beneficial use. To me, it's very compelling that the purpose for what the Lees have used their business for, they're committed to the community. I want to make specific note that none of the neighbors seems to have objected to these plans, and I think that in balancing this, it's not a question of whether we want this or something else. It's a question more balancing of whether we want this or we want the status quo, and I think the status quo has a lot of negative implications. I certainly agree with our chairman that we can't rely upon expectations, and there is a possibility that the Lees will never move here. But I think that given the location, given the fact that on South Orange Avenue there's a lot of businesses, I'm not terribly troubled by having an administrative office, and I would be willing to moderately try to provide for limitations that would prevent this from potentially deteriorating into something that is more problematic. I think that the applicants have been extremely candid and willing to have limitations, and I guess it may be to somebody else to figure out how best to enforce them. But on the totality of the application, I'm not terribly troubled actually by this, and I know that we're dealing, I guess Mr. Keller referred to as a schizophrenic piece of property, and while we may not want to approve something like this as to start with, this is what we're faced with, and I'm also feel that it is very compelling the fact that at least for the indefinite period of time that it will help enormous amounts of children in the community, and I know that anything could change, but I think the family's been committed to the town for many, many years, and I just I trust their judgment, and I think that we be advancing the zoning of this town to sort of encourage this development at this time.
I just have two comments. One is I'm open to the concept of extending this in my mind as being inherently beneficial. I think that it's funded predominantly from the government for something that it believes is in the best interest of the public, which is servicing this community that needs more assistance. And the fact that the funding is coming from that, it may be a for-profit company, but essentially the government can't do everything itself, and it has to outsource certain components of what needs to be done for the community, and I think this is one of those scenarios. But my question is I have a question, I think, actually is more on a administrative, because I think that this could be a close call, and so I wanted to inquire regarding the votes from alternate members, counting versus not counting.
I think we have all the regular members here this evening.
So there's no...
So the alternates would not be counted in the vote?
Okay, just wanted to confirm, clarify.
But you're welcome to participate.
Okay, no, I got it, I have my own. Just wanted to let the applicant know.
Mr. DeScala, did you say anything?
I did. What I expressed initially was actually in concert with the general remarks from Mr. Parlapiano and Mr. Don, and that looking at this as something that's there, and Mr. Berman as well said the same thing. It's something that's there. I don't particularly think that this is a bad use. The only concern that I have is the use, is the structure that's there, was it placed there legally? Are we rewarding bad behavior by approving something that was built illegally? And that's my only concern, and if we can get some evidence.
Does that mean that if you knew that this was not a permitted use, that it would change your vote? Because frankly, it's still there.
Yes.
It's still there.
Yes.
Right? So you would vote differently if you knew.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That the chiropractic office was never a permitted.
If somebody put up this structure 6 months ago, and it came to our attention that somebody did this, and they came to us to apply for it after the fact, then I would look at that differently than I would look at this as if it were conforming.
Can I just ask our counsel, let's assume for the moment this that it's was not a permitted use, and it's been this way for many, many years, and it hasn't been enforced. It may still be unpermitted, but is there a point in time where anybody has the opportunity to challenge it?
That's a very good question.
It's almost like the adverse possession concept of if you do something for long enough, you own it. And I'm wondering what you think about that.
Does the town have a time limit?
I'm going to dodge that one because we already have an admission that that use was abandoned, so it would have lost its legal status if it was pre-existing non-conforming.
That is a dodge. It's a punt.
No, but it's relevant here.
Well,
okay?
Isn't that a requirement that they demonstrate it, that it's a pre-existing?
But that's not what they're asking.
Well,
They didn't ask for that relief. They didn't bother to try.
right, that
to
punt,
make through.
that punt, however, is related to the use, not the structure.
Right,
So,
But that's what we're being asked to approve, is
the use.
Right, they're not asking for continuation of a non-conforming use. This isn't like the gas station.
right.
They asked for a brand new use variance.
So, and the building is what it is right now. I don't think we could change the structure. We can't change the position. We can't turn it around. We have a building, that's what it is. And we have to.
Well, we
have to-
could, we
yeah.
could say no.
but if we say no, are we gonna come next year and turn it around and say, now we can do it? I'm saying we have to work with what we have.
Is the fact pattern that it was initially approved in 1955 for this doctor who was a chiropractor, then he passed and his heirs then used the property improperly, and so now we have an issue because of that improper use, but I'm assuming that in 1955 it wasn't non-conforming.
Well, that's the testimony or implied testimony, and that's all I was looking to see is evidence that that's indeed the case.
But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because they're not asking
That's
for
right.
a continuation. They're asking for a new use variance.
But it seems to me that the building that portion of the building wasn't built against the wishes of the town at the time, is what I'm gathering from that data, which I think could matter.
From a South Orange standpoint, it's okay. So
At that time.
Yeah, so at that time. And it must be because they could have gone before it was sold and done something, but South Orange said it's okay.
For a different use, though.
Yeah.
So,
Correctional office.
For a
and
different
home.
use.
Right.
but as you say, at the end of the day, what we have just discussed and what we are left with is an application to have an office building in a residential zone. The office building would be for administrative purposes. That's the whole case.
Correct.
Well, if you, okay, if you can do it, do it.
Yeah,
Without limitations, without restrictions on, and that's not easy on what administrative offices are, what the functions are, how many people could be there, how many people could go in and out, what deliveries you get, what deliveries you don't get. It's not easy, but how do you do it without restrictions? To have an administrative office building in a residential zone and nothing
Yeah,
more.
I think the winning argument here is we've got a structure and it's either an administrative office use or it's residential, and residential would be a more impactful use. The question is, to your point, how do you know? How do you know?
Okay, so I think we've made our points. I think, as I see, it's like a decision tree here. The decision, and you can correct me if I'm stating this incorrectly, is that either we see who's just going to say no, and that, or if there's more who would say yes. If it sounds like those who might favor it would say, well, we have to call it some sort of administrative office to box them in, as it were. That's where we're at.
Yeah, I think I think this would come down for me to how far we can box it in, because I think the whole case at this point rests on the intensity of use of the office of this type being light and therefore being preferable to trying to make this residential again.
I'll start. You heard me. I said I don't believe we can box them in because I'm listening to the lawyer. I'm also thinking, believe it or not, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's the mistake I'm making.
He's blaming you.
I think it's just we can say, oh, it can only be used for a home health agency or some other term, administrative office, to, in our minds, reduce the intensity. I don't think legally we'll be able to do that, and I think practically we won't be able to enforce it. So I would say no. Come back later ask for, professional office and residence, you got a stronger case for that. So I would say no, but then are there other people who are in that camp? If not, then we got to go to the next consideration.
Well, I think what the applicant has done is modified its application from being a straight use variance to trying to ask the board to grant a use variance for administrative offices for a home health care agency only. So if the board wants to vote on what that application is right now, and then if it's turned down, say if there's something else to rule that it might be willing to grant, that's one way to approach.
Is it possible to do that though? Are you saying it's not possible?
Have we ever done that?
Is there such a use in our code? Can we make up a use and define code here? Is that part of what we'd be doing?
Like I said earlier, I haven't seen this attempt to be done. I'd be happy if the board would consider it, we'd have to have Mr. Friedlander research it further, see if there are any cases which have allowed that type of restriction on a use variance.
Well, didn't Mr. Keller say that he's had instances where they've had restrictions that are filed in the county recorders and they run with whatever it is? I mean, so that there are things perhaps to be done, in which event I could maybe support the application.
Well,
but there are things to be done.
Recording the variance can be done with any variance. You can require it any time you grant the variance so that everyone else is on notice of it. And that would be something that you want to do on a use variance anyway.
But you had in a resolution recently that in the event that we learn of anything that is contrary to what was testified to or what happened here, that the variance becomes null and void, or can we do something like that? Or can't you? Or doesn't it mean anything?
That was only in a case where they argued pre-existing non-conforming. I thought that the evidence of the statutes was kind of missing, the ordinance evidence was missing, and I thought it might turn up.
Okay.
What is the risk of granting the variance on the terms and the limitations that were proposed by Mr. Keller? What are the actual downside risks?
Now, the first downside risk is I'm not sure that it's a defensible legal position to take.
Who would challenge it?
There's no one here to challenge it that I can see, but
The person who buys the house next door tomorrow.
the person who buys the house next door. It would also affect, I would assume, it's going to affect the mortgageability of the premises in the future, because it's going to be recorded.
Well, it could be challenged by the person who buys this house next.
That's
Buys this house.
That doesn't want to be restricted.
Right. Again, I asked the applicant if he wants to provide further law on that subject. Perhaps the board would be happy to hear it.
I agree, sorry.
Do you want an opportunity to provide further research, case law on that particular point on restricting the use variance to a particular type of use?
I believe, because I took some notes in what you said, counsel, you said something to the effect to amend our application to request a use variance limited to an administrative office. You just said that.
Right.
I think my client would agree to that.
Well, no, that expands their application. That doesn't limit it.
Right, that doesn't. I think the issue is whether or not we have first the ability to do it. You've offered it. The applicant's offered it, right? The question I have is whether or not we have the defensible ability to do that, first of all. And do you want an opportunity to see if there's something out there we don't know about, I don't know about, that would support that?
That you could limit a variance to the administrative office of a home health agency?
Or some similar
or
type
some
of
other
restriction.
very narrow restriction that would be defensible.
Right.
What about my idea before in terms of regulating it based upon clients? Is it clients or patients or something that has to do with who would visit there and what times? That's more defensible?
It only provides off-premises services.
I was going to ask that. If it was just like limit the number of employees, is that something that's defensible? You know, no.
If you're going to go that far, I would ask for an opportunity to see if I can find anything that can support it.
Okay.
Because I'm not aware of anything going that far. I understand the concern, and it's rational to say you want to limit the impact.
And I could have heard it incorrectly. I thought the testimony was that the parents work with their children but the parents come to the facility to get trained?
No.
No.
They go to the parents to get
They
trained?
might
Okay.
get interviewed initially, it sounds like
Yeah.
when a
See, there is
potential
no,
customer.
from what I heard, there is no parents may show up, but all work is done off-site.
It seems to me like in order to get paid,
Yeah.
it has to be done on the site
That's
of
right.
the regular environment of the patient. So they won't even qualify for payment of the service if it's provided in their facility, in the administrative office.
Okay, so-
That's what I'm gathering. I'm not sure if that's correct.
Thank you, Ruth. Thanks for the clarification. So to get back to administrative office intensity of use, let's say it's just an administrative office. How do you control the intensity of use?
Well, there's a limit in that there's a certain square footage on these drawings, which limits how much space can be used, which, based on the net square footage calculation, will limit how much actual floor area. In other words, they couldn't come in and change some of these rooms that are not counted in the square footage into offices.
Right.
I mean, I guess theoretically, with 3 cars, they could have up to 900 square feet of net office space.
I understand, but as Rusty said, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. If we grant a variance for an administrative office, and these folks, their kids decide not to do the business, whatever, you never know what'll happen.
Correct.
Now it's an administrative office. What's the control on how many people go in there? For example, I'm not talking.
Mr. Dwyer, it sounds like the board wants a legal opinion on this, and Mr. Dwyer himself is uncertain of his legal opinion. That's not a good basis to make a decision upon when we have legal concerns, and I can see that the feeling of the members of the board, they'd like to know if this is something that's enforceable or not, and the board might consider granting it, and I understand that the wishes of the board, and I also understand Mr. Dwyer's opinion. So I would prefer, I can't believe we're adjourning 2 cases.
So, could I ask another question?
Sure.
Why are we at this point in trying to put some form of restriction on an operation that, one, the only difference is moving from 50 West to a place that operated before as a business. I know we are concerned about the dynamics and the traffic.
Because it's in a residential zone.
Well, are you ready to turn it down or approve it?
I'm ready to approve it.
Is everybody else ready to approve it without any further legal opinion?
Let me just ask a question. In terms of it, how could an administrative office be more intense than having it be a frat house or a residence? I mean, there's going to be normal office hours. There's going to be a limited amount of space. It's not like you're going to try to stuff people in. What is the concern that you have about an administrative office having a level of activity that rises beyond that which you think is reasonable? Because I'm just trying to flush that out.
You have a call center.
Well, I can answer that. The answer is that you don't grant, I don't think, you grant a variance because somebody is going to illegally use the property if you don't grant a variance. I don't think we can ever take that position.
No, I'm asking the question of how, in your mind, is an administrative office a higher level of intensity than having a family of 5 people move in there tomorrow?
I don't know.
Can I answer that? I'd like
Anybody?
to. I'd
It's
like
late.
to jump in
We get the answers as soon as we can. We'll be in much better shape.
Because this is a residential zone, it is inherent that residential zones are less intense for single family than having office. Now you're talking about, and that's your call as to whether there are particular circumstances here that make a difference. I understand that. But generally speaking, residential zones are limited, as it is here with the RA 60, to not have office uses because they are inherently more intense than residential uses. So that's the way zoning works. That's the way it was set up. That's how the master plan calls for it. That's how the zoning ordinances is defined. That's the way that it is. Now, whether you find particular, again, you go to particular suitability, you may find that that is there. But that's the way zoning works, that's the way land use works.
Yeah, and that's the point we didn't consider about the master plan. The master plan does not call for expansion of office uses along South Orange Avenue.
No, it does not.
For what it's worth. Should I force the issue by making a motion to deny it and then nobody seconds it, and so then we have to move on to something else?
You want to poll the board formally, see what?
To ask the applicant if they want us to vote.
Well, we could do it the opposite way too.
Why can't the board propose a resolution that it will affirm the application subject to conditions A, B, C, D?
Well, that's the problem here, is the board is uncertain whether those conditions are legally enforceable.
You're never going to find that answer, ever.
Well,
There's
then
no
there's my
case.
answer right there.
Well, then, okay. I think maybe since the applicant proposed some restrictions without specifying what they are, I think the applicant ought to come up with restrictions. And that's a different issue from whether or not they're enforceable. I would like to see restrictions along with the certificate of habitability and the contract sale that says it's suitable for an office, just because I'm curious.
Nobody's here willing to propose a affirmation of this at this point.
I propose that we grant this variance brought to us by this applicant, who has literally stated that this space is going to be used for administrative use of their business.
So as an administrative office?
As an administrative office.
That's what you're making a motion?
That's right.
Is anybody going to second that?
I would second that.
And so now we have to take a vote on that. Doesn't mean that the application's turned down necessarily, it's turned down for that motion, right? Okay, so it's been seconded, so we take a vote.
Could you just repeat the proposed?
There was a motion to accept this application as an administrative office, and it's been seconded.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Don?
Yes.
Mrs. DeScala?
No.
Mr. Groman?
Yes.
Mr. Polipiano?
No.
Mr. Reeves?
No.
Mr. Semper?
Yes.
Mr. Adler?
No.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes.
And Ms. Wareham?
Well, Shapiro and Zwern don't count.
Just the first 7.
Did they ask you, Mr. Polipiano?
Yeah. Yes.
So that was turned down. Okay. So that's why I'm saying the board was not ready to just take this as an administrative office, certainly without any further legal opinion. Does anybody else have any other?
Could we limit it to 771 square feet of net usable area containing no more than 3 offices? That's the configuration. I'm trying to find a way to limit it to the plan that's put before you. Look, whenever you change the balance, when you come for a plan to put new demising walls in, it goes to the building department, it gets sent over to zoning to make sure that you haven't increased your parking count. I mean, because if you get to use net square footage, I can't come in one day and then just reconfigure a month later and get twice as much square footage and increase my parking demand. So there is a mechanism within the community when if the demising walls have electricity, it's going to go through building, it's routed over to Sal's office, and he makes that determination. So you could limit it to the 771 square feet net containing no more than 3 offices, and that would limit it to this configuration. If someone came in and tried to convert those offices, make more offices, it would get flagged. I'm just trying to find another way to hang without being so limiting on the nature of the use. We're perfectly comfortable, we don't know if it's defendable, we're perfectly comfortable with what we stipulated earlier as an administrative office.
I'm not so sure that that's the gist of the matter. I think the matter is the question of the use. And let's put it. Look, I'll show you that here's the problem. I'm making a motion to deny the application. Is anybody going to second it? There's the problem, and I knew that's what, nobody seconded it. So they didn't approve it as an administrative office, and yet it's not rejected either. So Mr. Dwyer has asked for some time to look up the legal history to this, which I think will enlighten the board. And that's where I think we need to go at this point. If the applicant is willing to adjourn, or to carry.
Adjourn until when? Next?
To the next,
June, unless you want a special meeting.
yeah.
You're going to research the issue, and I will too.
Sure, you'll send us what you find.
And what's the date, June?
4th.
June 4th. In this case, I would move y'all to the front because I think it's gonna, will we have the information beforehand?
We got a memo before, Mr. Chairman.
So I'd like information.
What information?
About the legal
aspects.
The legal aspects.
What was the
of
question,
this.
Mr.?
I didn't understand what Dr. Reeves said.
I'm going to submit a memo to the board, and you're free to submit one as well.
Okay, you'll submit it, and then I will follow it.
No, you're going to submit first, and I will follow.
That's really not the way you talked about it, though.
Yeah, but you're the applicant, it's your
No, but
burden.
I think the chairman suggested that you prepare the memo, and then I'll
Mr.
come in.
Friedland, it's your burden.
No, it's your burden, Mr. Friedland. You submit a memo, and then Mr. Dwyer will follow.
Am I correct? We're going to research the viability of enforcing restrictions and also come up with alternate restrictions that may be another way of achieving the same goal.
All right, so they're going to propose restrictions, and also we did want to see the certificate of habitability that they referred to.
And pull any permits on the property? You can share
The
some
CO.
background.
The CO the owner's got.
And
I didn't hear that.
The CO that the owner's got.
Yes.
You know, this structure is right now, it's the coverage on the lot is 60-some-odd% when it's 40% is allowed. So some background why that's been permitted. That is why we wanted
Okay, so are you clear what we're asking for, Mr. Friedland?
Yeah, I am. I'll discuss it with my expert.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm we'll take you first next month unless you request a special meeting and we're available for it. We will take you first. We're assuming you're going to come back for now until June.
Right. Well, the special meeting is going to cost us a lot of money, isn't it?
Well, does it cost money? Yes, it costs money.
I know it does. I know it.
You know better than I.
June 4th sounds great.
Okay, and so that's what we'll do. We'll take you first, and we'll have read this stuff, and hopefully we can then move quickly with a decision one way or the other. Okay, are there other administrative, I'm moving on now. Are there any parliamentary concerns, administrative concerns? Jetta, do you have any that we need to know about? Do we have any questions from members of the board?
So, an administrative thing, how do you, now that we have copies of the historic preservation ordinance, at some point, we can't do it now because we've got a heavy calendar, but at some point, you want to discuss that?
Can we prevail upon Ms. Gruhl to educate us during one of the meetings? Give us what this is really about?
To the extent that I can, absolutely.
And look, I think we also have to do diligence. We have to read the stuff ourselves if we haven't already. We can't just rely upon Ms. Gruhl as our expert. And then, so maybe next meeting, if we have time, maybe you can tell us a little.
Whenever the board feels.
Or is it easier for you to submit a memo rather than lecture us?
I would be happy to do a summary memo, and then we can.
Give us a
move
summary
on.
memo. That would be great. And then if we have questions, we can ask you. Sounds good.
Mr. Chairman, what period of time am I allowed to submit the memo?
By Monday.
That's good, that's good.
How long do you want?
3 weeks?
All right.
Given the,
By May 27th?
May 27th, Mr. Friedland.
Thank you.
Given the change in our schedule or our agenda for next month that's occurred, are we now contemplating maybe giving Seton Hall a special meeting on the 30th, or?
No, we're not.
No?
They're,
Okay.
they're going to come in after this application, which I'm expecting to go fairly quickly, and then Seton Hall follows. Okay? All right, anything else? Adjourn. Thank you all.